Wait a minute, okay. All right. So do you need the Paula first?
Don. Hi,
Do you
Don.
need, hello,
DePaulo, yes.
is the second one gonna be Cooper?
Second one is Cooper. Third one is Demond.
Okay,
And fourth one is Howard.
Powers, okay.
Howard, yep.
All right, I wanna make sure, because they gave me a list that was all messed up.
Okay. Thank you, young. I appreciate you.
Just trying to keep
Yeah, I
on
see
top of
everybody
Friday,
here.
you know?
Yes.
Okay, well, they're gonna be up here soon, and then we'll have them sit down.
All right, thank you so much.
You got it.
Officer Logan, you do have your interpreter connected via Teams.
Good morning, Ms. Flores. We'll be with you shortly, okay?
Hi, I'm Juliana, interpreter for Portuguese. I was having technical issues to get
No
in the
worries. We'll be
meeting.
with you.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you perfectly. Thank
Okay,
you so
thank
much.
you.
All right, thank you. We should be starting shortly. I'm just waiting for the offender to come up.
Yeah, see first. You don't let me hear the American stuff.
Or the change for you. Ms. Flores, can you please raise your right hand?
Interpreter?
Ms. Flores?
No, it's not for you, sir. We're talking to the interpreter on the screen.
Ms. Flores, can you hear us?
Miss Flores, can you hear us? Fine. Miss Flores, can you hear us now?
Is she moving? I can't.
She is moving.
Okay. Ms. Flores?
I don't know, something that she's not.
Do you see the little slider across the
Yeah.
top? It's
Hers is not, yeah,
all
but ours,
are right.
yeah, that's what I was trying to. Miss Flores, can you hear us? Hello, Miss Flores? Can you hear us? You cannot hear us? You can, okay.
You can see us, but can I hear?
Okay, see, I know.
On my screen that shows that all the microphones are off. So
Okay.
I don't see any
Mi-
microphone on
Ms.
for any of
Benedict,
you.
Kristen?
I am working on it.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't hear you.
Is that the way you understood it, Officer Logan?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
See if I can see in a different computer.
This whole hearing. And I said, yeah, I gave you the script and yeah, so. I think when she initially sent it, it was saying it was just for the victim, but,
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
yes, I can hear you now.
Oh,
Can you
now
hear
I hear
us?
you. Okay,
Okay.
yes.
All right,
I
great.
changed my computer.
All right, thank you for
Let's do
doing
it.
that. So I'm gonna restart the hearing and I'm gonna be swearing you in, Ms. Flores, okay? All
Okay, thank you.
right, thank you. Ms. Flores, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge, according to law, your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Ms. DePaula. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following
Yes.
board.
Oh.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Bom dia, senhor de Paula. Meu nome é Logan. Hoje é sexta-feira, dia 26 de junho de 2026.
Ok, bom dia.
Good morning.
The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Então, aqui eu vou falar o nome de todas as pessoas que estão presentes, eles são todos certificados, para que esses nomes também estejam nos recordes dessa reunião de hoje.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Robert Sazowskis.
Aileen Keys.
Bom dia, meu nome é e eu sou a pessoa de hoje.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist.
E eu também tenho o psicólogo do comitê.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, diga o seu nome todo para os nossos recordes.
André Oliveira de Paula, 447879.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Andre de Paula, 447879. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2 counts of conspiracy to commit robbery first with a dangerous instrument.
Então, aqui nós estamos nessa reunião de hoje para falar sobre a consideração da liberação condicional para o 447879, que a sentença foi de 10 anos, e também foi suspendida 3 anos, com a possibilidade de 3 anos de liberdade, mas, contudo, foi agravada com um ato divergente.
As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 9th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender.
Go ahead.
There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he is currently participating in GED classes. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. de Paula, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Então, aqui nós temos que não houve nenhuma vítima, não houve nenhuma ofensa, e que você está fazendo as aulas do GID, e que também nós temos todas as informações para sua avaliação, e que então gostaríamos que você desse sua palavra agora, para que você possa nos explicar por que deveríamos dar essa condicional a você.
Eu acredito que muitos erros foi cometido no passado e também acredito que não foi uma fase muito legal na minha vida, porém eu tirei bastante aprendizado sobre, e depois que eu vim preso, acabou que eu aumentei um pouco meu conhecimento, conhecer melhor a minha pessoa, conhecer melhor as pessoas que eu lido com, e acabou que eu acabei tendo um filho enquanto eu estava preso também, porque quando eu vim preso, minha garota estava grávida. No desenvolvimento dos dias acabou que ele desenvolveu um câncer. Ele está lutando por isso agora também. Eu gostaria muito de estar presente. Porém, eu entendo que atos errados foram cometidos no passado e certamente eu deveria pagar por isso. Até que seria uma boa maneira de me tirar da situação e ver os caminhos que eu estava passando e ver a vida que eu estava vivendo. Porém, Eu acredito que já está na hora de voltar para casa, de resolver minha vida, começar minha vida do zero, um novo capítulo, uma nova iniciativa, novas atitudes.
So I believe I did commit a past crime, and I believe that, and I needed to move on from this, and I got to see being here that I learned a lot. I learned new things. I learned new ways to live life after being arrested, and I increased my knowledge of myself, of who I am, and of other peoples that are on my surround. And while I have been here, I realized that I had a son with my girlfriend, and she was pregnant when I was arrested. And on today's date, I see that my son has cancer, and I would like to be there present, to be there for him. And I understand as well that even though all of that, I still have to pay for my crime, but I wanna to restart my life, to live with them, to be. And I believe that now it's time to go home, start a new chapter in a new life.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DePaula, for your opening statement. What is
Muito
going to happen is each of us will take turns asking you questions. When we are done with our questions, we will deliberate and then give you our decision.
Então, muito obrigado pela o testemunho de agora, de abertura. Nós vamos agora passar a palavra um para o outro. Vamos fazer algumas perguntas e gostaríamos que você respondesse, e assim podemos fazer a decisão.
Mr. Suzauskas will start with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Suzane vai começar com as perguntas.
Good morning, Mr. DePaulo.
Bom dia, senhor de Paulo.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
What have you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
O que você tem aprendido sobre você mesmo nesse tempo que você está encarcerado?
Eu aprendi a lidar melhor com as pessoas. Eu aprendi que eu era uma pessoa muito cabeça quente, que agora eu tenho que pensar mais sobre meus atos, que querendo ou não, atos têm consequências e às vezes isso pode afetar muito na vida da gente e dos próximos que estão em volta da gente, especialmente familiares.
So I did learn how to deal better with other people. I understood that I have a heated head, and I needed to think more of the consequences of my actions and how that affect other people, not only me, but the other people around me.
Why did you participate in robbing these stores?
E por que você participou no roubo das lojas?
Foi um erro que não será cometido novamente.
That was an error that I don't want to commit anymore.
I was asking why you did it. Did you need money?
E então eu estava perguntando por que você fez isso? Você precisava de dinheiro?
Not really. Like, eu era mais jovem e não pensava muito sobre as coisas.
Not really. I was young and I was not thinking.
You have received 5 disciplinary reports this incarceration. Why have you had so much trouble with the rules in prison?
Você recebeu 5 indicações de acontecimentos disciplinários. Por que você está tendo dificuldade com as regras de encarceração?
Como eu disse, quando eu vim, a maioria dos meus disciplinários era no início da minha sentença. Como eu disse, no início eu era um pouco mais cabeça quente, porém eu estou aprendendo melhor a lidar com uma pessoa. E isso também quer dizer lidar melhor com as regras que estão em volta.
So it's like I said, it's happened in the beginning of my sentence, and I was more heated head, and I've been learning to deal with me and learning to be dealing with the rules.
You said that the disciplinary reports happened at the beginning of your sentence, but one of them was in January, just 5 months ago.
Você disse que começou no começo dessa sua sentença, mas desses reclamações disciplinárias foi recentemente, em janeiro.
Sim, eu falei algumas delas, porém eu tenho uma de janeiro, sim.
Yeah, I just said that some of those disciplinary actions was in the beginning, but yeah, I had one recently.
You haven't completed any programs. Do you think programs would help you?
Você não tem completado os programas, você acha que esses programas vão ajudar você?
Creio que sim, eu estou na lista de espera.
Yes, I'm on the wait list for the program.
Can you tell us how your progress is going toward your GED?
E você pode me dizer como o seu progresso sobre o seu GID está indo?
Tá indo muito bem, aprendendo coisas novas, melhorei meu score em testes. So, eu acredito que eu estou fazendo muito well.
I believe it's going very well. It's very well. I have increased my scores. I'm doing better on my test scores. I believe I'm doing better. I'm learning a lot of things different.
Okay, that's good. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
Como que você acha que você mudou depois que esteve na prisão?
Eu acho que minha mente mudou bastante. Você aprende a ter mais responsabilidade com as coisas. Acho que você aprende mais que... Eu acho que no mais o que mudou bastante mim foi a criança. Que, querendo ou não, eu tenho que olhar no mundo como eu sou um pai e não só como um outro jovem. So, agora eu tenho mais responsabilidades. So, tem mais coisas que eu preciso me preocupar sobre.
So I think my mind changed a lot. I learned new things, and I think one of them also is that now I have a child and I'm a father. I have more responsibilities. I needed to be more worried about them as well, and other things to take care of and be responsible.
Okay, Mr. DiPaolo, those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Então, essas são as perguntas que eu tenho no momento. Obrigado.
Mr. DiPaolo, I want to know why you had not made much reference to the victims in your case.
Eu gostaria de saber por que você não tem feito muita referência às pessoas, às vítimas do seu caso.
Eu não sei, por causa que eu não tenho muito contato, porém, se eu tivesse, eu gostaria de pedir desculpas sobre.
I don't know, I believe it's because I don't have much contact with them, and if I do, I would like to apologize for it.
It's really not about your having contact with the victim. It's that you went in. I know that you say that you had a co-defendant in your case, and that you were just a getaway driver. Is that?
Mas não é sobre o contato, sim, mas porque você falou que você tinha outro defendente nesse caso.
Yeah.
Were you captured on video leaving one of the stores?
Você foi capturado em vídeos saindo de uma das lojas?
Eu tava no carro.
No, I was in the car.
Were you wearing, wait, I forgot, but do you remember what the t-shirt, what the sweatshirt was? It had a logo on it. I don't remember what it is, but.
Let's state in one of the robberies that he was inside the store.
Right, I know, and they had on specific clothing though. Do you remember what it was? Some kind of black hooded t-shirt with a hooded sweatshirt with a.
Ela tá dizendo que tá tentando lembrar o nome do rapaz, que tinha uma descrição de um suéter preto. Eles estão comentando entre eles.
I don't know.
Stranger Things.
Oh, Stranger Things, right, thank you.
Com uma camiseta das coisas estranhas, ou daquele seriado Strange Things.
Eu nunca entrei no store.
Como?
Eu nunca entrei no stores.
I never walk in the studio.
In a studio.
Na store.
Oh, you never walked in the store?
Yeah.
Mr. DePaula, how do you understand English?
Senhor de Paula, você entende inglês?
I just asked them to put translation for make sure I understand everything clearly.
Okay. So you do understand some English. I was asking because the programs that you're in school for your GED and that stuff is all in English. So
I learn to speak a little bit of English when I come locked up this time.
Okay.
One of those things that I learned in jail too.
Good. Ms. Keys?
I just have, I guess, one question. I had read that you have not participated in counseling and you don't plan to participate in counseling upon release, but reading your history and then of course your current situation, have you reconsidered whether counseling might be helpful for you to support you in processing everything you've been through and then support you as you transition out and to a father and a sick child? And it seems like there's a lot that like get support through counseling for.
Eu vejo que você não participou de nenhuma atividade de aconselhamento, até mesmo devido ao seu histórico, e agora eu estou perguntando se você tem algum interesse de participar, até mesmo porque você agora é pai, tem uma transição entre, e a sua criança está doente também, coisas desse tipo. Você considera se inscrever nos aconselhamentos?
Sim.
Yes.
Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Give us a few minutes, Mr. DePaula, to talk about your case and we'll give you our decision. We don't have any other questions.
Nós não temos mais nenhuma pergunta. Me dá alguns minutos que nós vamos decidir sobre o seu caso.
Ok, obrigado.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. DePaulo is here for 2 counts of conspiracy at robbery. First, talk to him about those charges. His parole eligibility date is in November, and the end of sentence is only in March. So we're just talking about 4 months. It looks like about in between. He acknowledges that he committed the crime, although some of the facts were a little different than what we read. He says that he learned new things while in prison, increased knowledge about himself. He wants to restart his life. Talked about changing. He learned to think about the consequences of his actions before he makes decisions. He mentioned several times about wanting to go home to be supported for his girlfriend and his child who's ill. He says that his mind has changed a lot. He's learned how to do better with other people. So I did hear some good things from him. My concerns are that he has a number of programs here he has not completed. He is working on his GED and he talked about how he's doing better and better on his test scores. So I thought that was great. But I think he really could benefit from the Voices program. He really never apologized or until prompted even brought up the impact on the victim or any of that. And that Voices program is really what that's about, kind of introduce them to that. I also think it'd be beneficial for him to complete that GED if he has the opportunity to do it. I'm not sure if he can get it done in that 4-month period, but it's going to be probably easier for him to do it then than on the outside since he's already started. So although I did hear some good things from him today, I do not find him suitable based on inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and poor institutional adjustment.
Excuse, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like him to complete the programs and his GED. So I had reasons for institutional adjustment and inadequate institutional program. And I just didn't have that. And
I hear some change. I just don't
Yeah.
think it's to a level that we can
Yeah.
make some possible for suitability.
I did not hear enough change.
Right.
So, interpreter, if you want to, interpret our deliberation, you can. I think he.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You gonna go, do you want me to interpret the discussion or
Yeah.
you're gonna just, ok, então aqui,
Go ahead.
aqui eles estão discutindo sobre o que eles acham da sua situação e eles falaram, então, algumas coisas que ainda não deram a decisão total ainda, mas eles acreditam que seria muito beneficente que você terminasse de completar o seu o GID. E também ele tem um pouco de preocupação de que você não se inscreveu em nenhum dos programas a participar e também não teve muitas iniciativas para pedir desculpas ou arrependimento da situação. Contudo, eles acham que foi bem, que você está indo bem na escola e na participação, o seu interesse também de sair, cuidar da sua namorada e também o seu filho.
Thank you. With regard to Andre Oliveira de Paula 447879, I move to deny discretionary parole based on his poor institutional adjustment, his inadequate program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. He will not receive a new hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Então, eu gostaria de dizer que, então, foi negado o seu pedido de liberdade provisória em meio de 447879. Uma das razões foi a falta de participação nas atividades e ainda não está preparado para receber esse benefício.
So, Mr. DePaula, we could not support your discretionary parole today. You do have 3 years of probation following your sentence, and we do hope that you are successful. Good luck to you.
Então, nós não podemos agora suportar esse seu pedido, mas você também tem mais 3 anos para fazer esse pedido novamente, e eu desejo uma boa sorte para você.
Ok.
This concludes the hearing for Andre DePaula 447879.
Então, aqui se encerra essa reunião com o senhor de Paula 447879.
You're all set, Mr. DePaula. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
E você vai receber toda a sua documentação em breve.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. I appreciate your services. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lights on. So hold the lights.
Ms. Corporal, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your ability, so help you God, or upon penalty of.
Oh, you can put
perjury.
your hand down. So we're not swearing you in. There's an interpreter here for your hearing.
I think,
Just for her.
So, Mr. Cooper, yes, the interpreter is for for victim input, okay?
okay,
Okay, so, I'm gonna go ahead and start. Good morning, Mr. Cooper.
good morning.
Buenos días, señor Cooper. Buenos días, good morning. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Buenos días, señor Cooper. Soy la oficial de libertad condicional Logan. Hoy es viernes 26 de junio 2026 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional del Estado de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro, certifican que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia.
Good morning, I'm Councilmember Berry.
Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning, Eileen Keys.
Buenos días, soy la presidenta de la Junta, la señorita Berry. También está Robert Sasowski y Eileen Keys.
Also present is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams, and also in attendance is the board psychologist.
También presente está una representante de la Oficina de Servicios a la Víctima, la señorita Hamlet Williams, y también presente está la psicóloga de la Junta.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jacob Cooper, 429716.
Favor de decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro. Jacob Cooper, número de confinado 429716.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jacob Cooper, 429716. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after serving 7 years, followed by 5 years probation for evading responsibility resulting in death. And he also has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is attempt to commit assault first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 3rd, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Cooper, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin. Just let her interpret for victim input, and then you can start your statement, Mr. Cooper.
Okay.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Jacob Cooper, número de confinado 429716. Él está cumpliendo una condena de 15 años de prisión con ejecución suspendida después de servir 7 años de prisión, seguido por 5 años de libertad provisional, por los cargos de darse a la fuga tras un accidente automovilístico que resultó en una muerte, incumplimiento de libertad condicional y tentativa de agresión en primer grado. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de febrero 3, 2026. El día de hoy sí hay testimonio de víctima en este caso y sí hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha completado los siguientes programas. El programa de nombre Voices, utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgo de ofensor. El puntaje general del ofensor en el SRT se encuentra dentro del rango moderado de riesgo de reincidencia. Señor Cooper, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. ¿Puede usted comenzar?
Go ahead, sir.
First and foremost, I would like to say, I live with this accident, knowing what happened every day, and I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions, and I understand the seriousness of the case, and I would like to make sure this will never happen again, because I want to prove I have been rehabilitated. I stand with full remorse and apologetic for the pain, the trauma I caused on the victim and the victim's family. I know I can't change the situation, but I only can ask for forgiveness for the situation. I had to heal from the events that played out. I had to acknowledge my wrongdoing as I forgive myself for my actions and from the pains I caused my family and especially the victim family. I understand what had took place.
Mr. Cooper, can you hold on 1 second? Do you have?
Ms. Williams is going to read the
His statement?
that's what she said.
No, he has a victim statement.
She has a victim statement,
But
right?
for what he's reading.
Right, but you're interpreting for.
So is that he's for the yeah, you're right.
Yes, so yes. So can you stop in between so you can give her a chance to interpret for the victim's family to understand what's happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, did you
Sorry,
start
you
over?
need them to start over? Can you start over, Mr. Cooper? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I got you. It's okay. I got all
And
time.
just read a little slower.
Yeah, just read, a couple sentences, let her interpret, and then you can restart.
Okay.
You understand what's going on, right?
Yes, miss. I know what's going
Okay,
on, man.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to say this was an accident and I had to live with this every day. I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. I understand the seriousness of this case, and I will make sure nothing like this will never happen again because I want to prove I have been rehabilitated. I stand.
Okay. Mr. Cooper, stop there. Let her.
I'll take a pause.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Primero que nada, me gustaría decirles que esto fue un accidente. Yo vivo con este accidente diario y tomo toda la responsabilidad o acepto toda la responsabilidad de esto, de esto y de mis acciones. Yo entiendo la seriedad de la situación y voy a asegurarme de que esto no vuelva a pasar. Voy a comprobar de que me he rehabilitado.
Continue.
I stand with full remorse and apologetic for the pain, the trauma I caused on the victim and the victim's family. I know I can't change the situation, but I only can ask for forgiveness for the situation. I had to heal from the events that played out. I had to acknowledge my wrongdoing as I forgive myself for my actions and from the pain I caused my family, especially the victim's family. I understand what took place.
Entonces, yo estoy aquí frente a ustedes con remordimiento, arrepentido. Yo entiendo el trauma que le he causado no solo a la víctima, sino también a la familia de la víctima. He tenido que repasar y escuchar los eventos. Estos eventos los sigo repasando. Entonces, yo vengo aquí con el conocimiento del daño que he causado, pero no solo el daño que he causado hacia la familia de la víctima, sino también hacia mi propia familia.
Go ahead, sir.
My old ways of rushing and being impatient from doing the wrong things in my community, it was like investing in the vending machine that had a sign that said out of order. I invested my youth also in places, people, and things that are simply out of order. My actions tired me, drained me, weary me, and worried me, and I know something hadn't changed in me.
Entonces, los hábitos antiguos que yo tenía eran unos hábitos que me estaban llevando por el mal camino. Era como una máquina de comida o una máquina electrónica que estaba fuera de servicio, que no estaba funcionando correctamente. Eran actividades o era comportamiento que me estaban llevando por el mal camino, a donde yo estaba haciendo cosas mal y que en realidad terminaron dañando mi juventud. De las acciones antiguas ya me tienen cansado, drenan mi energía Entonces, son acciones de las cuales ya yo estoy cansado.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In order for me to start a new beginning, I had to be okay with the enter and exit. That was me that caused the issues in my community. That was me before I had to mature while being incarcerated. And that was me before I knew I was on the path of just being lost. I took a class called, you could say that real quick, Miss.
Entonces, para que yo pueda comenzar de nuevo en un nuevo camino, tengo que reconocer lo que es la entrada y la salida. Entonces, yo he tomado en cuenta el daño que le he causado a la comunidad. Me he tomado en cuenta yo estando en esta situación a donde estoy encarcelado y estaba yo en un camino donde estaba yo perdido.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I took a class called Voices, and Ms. Collins, the teacher who ran the class, taught me something that stuck in me. Being aware how my actions and quick negative thought can impact people and cause many victims in different situations. I left her class with a conscience. My entire life unfolded when I started thinking different things from Voices. But another class that I attended and did was called AVP. It taught me how to strategize more than ever. Or AVP.
Mr. Cooper, wait, stop right there.
Yo tomé una clase que se llama Voices. En esta clase, la maestra de la clase me hizo que me dieran cuenta de muchas cosas. En eso, una de las cosas que me enseñó es que cómo mis acciones pueden tener un impacto negativo hacia la gente y crear víctimas. Entonces, eso me hizo tomar en cuenta y me enseñó a valorar cómo es que mi vida había sido desde hasta ahora. En el Voices también aprendí por medio de un sistema que tiene las iniciales A o B, que es lo que dicen el plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, de cómo tener estrategias a donde uno puede actuar tan rápidamente o negativamente.
You left off at alternatives to violence.
Thank you, ma'am. AVP, Alternative to Violence Projects. Now, what skills that class gave me and showed me how to transform powers. Hearing for others, think before reacting, self-respect, ask for nonviolent solutions, expect the best, patience, and humor.
Bien, entonces, disculpe, el programa era AVP, que es las letras o las iniciales para este programa, donde pueden ayudar a tener métodos de restricción, enseñan cosas de cómo uno puede proyectar y transformar, tiene el poder de proyectar y transformar. Uno necesita pensar antes de reaccionar, también te enseñan el respeto a sí mismo, también cómo lidiar con las cosas con humor y cosas por el estilo.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Voices and AVP together both show me how to look towards the future, how I now look at life on a daily basis. And I was something in life. In all the classes, I thought of myself and all the things I did and how I went about things before coming in and how it didn't work out for me. Nothing fitted me how I used to think, and especially didn't give me what I wanted.
Entonces, el programa de Voices y el programa de AVP me enseñaron cómo es que puedo ver hacia el futuro y cómo puedo ver la vida y las nuevas cosas. Me dio un nuevo entendimiento de cómo es que yo había estado viviendo, las cosas que yo estaba haciendo. En realidad, las cosas que yo estaba haciendo no me estaban ayudando a conseguir lo que yo quería.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Miss. Being young, I kept digging myself a bigger and bigger hole, so I knew I had to navigate through negativity. First, starting while being incarcerated. I did have some ticket slip-ups, but I dodged way more. I started to think of the things I can't lose and how senseless things can be.
Okay, thanks.
Entonces, ya siendo joven, teniendo una edad de pocos años, a donde yo soy joven, yo seguía haciendo cosas que seguían metiéndome más en un camino equivocado. Entonces, yo traté de aprender ahora cómo navegar las cosas negativas. Cuando primero me encarcelaron, sí me dieron bastantes reportes disciplinarios, pero en realidad pude esquivar más de los que recibí y reconocer las cosas ahora que en realidad no tienen sentido o las cosas sin valor.
Thank you. I started caring for others. I had more humor. I didn't know how to put the new me in a category, but AVP taught me and showed me the label of things from the bad tree to the good tree. It's so easy to indulge in negative energy, but what I've been through incarcerated and learning AVP and voices gave me a daily guide to basic situations, even in society. I even mail home.
Stop there, please.
I got you, miss.
Yo comencé a preocuparme por otros. Entonces yo no sabía cómo clasificar esta nueva persona en la que yo me había convertido, pero el programa me ayudó a ponerle una etiqueta, me ayudó a diferenciar entre un buen árbol y un mal árbol. Me ayudó a enfocar una energía negativa o una positiva. Esto es lo que el programa de Voices y ABP me ayudó a reconocer una guía diaria para situaciones básicas, cotidianas.
Go ahead.
Thank you, man. I even mail home all of my work I did in Voices and even AVP to remind myself even more when my time comes for me to go home to live with these reminders even while I'm home. On my new path, when I get back to society of trying to be a productive citizen.
Entonces, estos programas de ABP y Voices me han ayudado por medio de todo este trabajo que he hecho en estos programas, me han ayudado a reconocer cómo es que yo voy a poder usar mi tiempo una vez en la comunidad. Van a ser recordatorios cotidianos o diarios de cómo utilizar estas herramientas que he obtenido en estos programas una vez que pueda reintegrarme a la comunidad.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. My first thing is not going back to New Haven. I'm going to a new location. Then I'm going to obtain employment and also go back to school and get into the trade and welding. So that will put me in the right path of giving me a bright future. So that way my past doesn't define my future.
Entonces, lo primero que yo voy a hacer es, ya no voy a regresar al mismo lugar, la ciudad de New Haven, voy a ir a una nueva ubicación. Entonces, también aparte de eso, voy a conseguir un empleo, voy a regresar a trabajar, al igual que también voy a regresar a una escuela de oficio reformatorio o de vocacional, a donde voy a tratar de aprender el trabajo, la profesión de soldadura. Para que de esta manera yo pueda tener un mejor camino y un mejor futuro a donde mi pasado no defina este futuro.
Thank you. If I was even given a chance at parole when my parole is over and my probation time is over, I would like to even come back to get myself a pardon, even with reference of an officer, just to show how things have changed with me.
Muchas gracias. Entonces, si es que me dieran la oportunidad de salir en libertad condicional y de poder terminar mi periodo de libertad provisional, me gustaría también regresar a peticionar un indulto para que de esta manera puedan ver cómo ha sido el cambio.
The inspiration of desperation, I became more creative, more than before. All I can do is all I can do. So when I look in the future for all the days forward, I'm going to bring my contribution of my life better in society. I have greatness in myself at 24. I know my life is worth the effort. Is it easy? No. Is it worth it? Yes.
Entonces, todo esto ha sido inspiracional para mí. Me he vuelto una persona más creativa y tengo una mentalidad de todo lo que hago es todo lo que puedo hacer. Yo veo hacia un futuro brillante a donde puedo traer una buena contribución a la sociedad o a la comunidad. Siento que a mis 24 años tengo algo que es maravilloso dentro de mí. ¿Puedo decir que es algo que va a ser fácil? No. pero es algo que vale la pena, sí.
Again, you know, I know I've been in jail almost 4 years, and you know, I know I have to live with this accident, knowing what happened every day, you know. And if the roles were switched and I was the victim or I was the victim family, you know, I was nervous and scared. That's why I left. Honestly, that's why I left, you know. And I wasn't supposed to be driving in the first place, you know. But even though I was nervous and scared, you know, and if the shoes was on the other side of the foot, I would just wish somebody would have stayed there, even if they was right or wrong, and had called for help. You know, and I know that.
Just stop there so she can interpret.
Yo he estado en la cárcel ya 4 años y vivo con este accidente a diario. A diario yo tengo conocimiento de lo que sucedió y si es que los roles fueran en reversa, o sea, si yo estuviera en la otra posición, la posición de ya sea la víctima o la posición de estar, por ser parte de la familia de la víctima. Entonces, yo estaba nervioso. Estaba nervioso y estaba asustado y esa es la razón por la que yo huí. Sé que en realidad ni siquiera estaba yo supuesto a estar conduciendo, pero estaba yo muy nervioso y asustado en ese momento, por eso es que me fui. Sé que si los roles fueran regresados a donde yo estuviera en la otra posición, yo sí hubiera querido que alguien se quedara ahí, ya fuera que estuvieran equivocados en esa situación o si esa situación fuera algo que no estuviera mal, ya sea que estuviera mal o bien la situación. Me hubiera gustado que alguien se quedara ahí para rendir ayuda.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, man. You know, and I live with that every day, you know, and I know y'all seen the things I was guilty of before, you know, and that was choices I made, but the evading, that was honestly an accident. You know, it really honestly was an accident, you know, and I was scared and nervous, you know, and I should have never been driving. And I did lie, and I did lie when the police questioned me about the situation, trying to protect my mother in the situation. And you know, but I really left the scene because I was scared and nervous.
Right.
And
okay.
I know.
So, Mr. Cooper, you're repeating yourself now, but I'm going to let her interpret that. We understand.
Okay.
Entonces, yo vivo con esto a diario. Yo sé que ustedes pueden ver las cosas de las cuales yo soy culpable en el pasado, pero eso de evadir la responsabilidad en realidad fue un accidente. Yo estaba asustado y nervioso y no estaba supuesto a estar conduciendo y sí le metí a la policía cuando me cuestionaron acerca de este asunto. Estaba tratando de proteger a mi mamá en esta situación, pero es que yo estaba nervioso y asustado. En este momento fue cuando la presidenta de la Junta paró al confinado y le dejó saber que el señor Cooper se estaba repitiendo y va a permitir la interpretación. Entendemos lo que ha dicho, pero se está repitiendo.
So, Mr. Cooper, we appreciate your opening comments. We've reviewed your file thoroughly, and we still have a few questions that we would like to ask you after reviewing your file. So we will each take turns asking you questions. Then when we are done with the questions, we will deliberate and give you our decision.
Muy bien, señor Cooper. Entonces, le agradezco su declaración de apertura. Entonces, nosotros sí hemos repasado ya su expediente y después de repasar su expediente todavía tenemos preguntas que nos gustaría hacerle. Entonces, lo que va a suceder es que cada uno de nosotros vamos a tomar turnos haciéndole estas preguntas. Una vez que hayamos terminado de hacerle nuestras preguntas, vamos a hablar el caso entre nosotros y después le dejaremos saber de nuestra decisión.
And I'm going to start with the questions.
Yo voy a comenzar con las preguntas.
So I was happy to hear you accept full responsibility for your actions. I was also happy to hear you express remorse to the victim and the victim's family about your actions, and also acknowledge the seriousness of your offense.
Muy bien, entonces la verdad es que a mí me dio gusto ver que usted ha aceptado la responsabilidad completa de lo que sucedió. También me dio gusto escuchar que usted ha expresado remordimiento acerca de esto a la víctima y a la familia de la víctima acerca de sus acciones. Al igual que también me dio gusto que usted pudo reconocer la seriedad o la gravedad de esta ofensa.
I also was pleased to hear you say, I was scared and I did leave, but if it were my family member lying on the ground, I would have wanted someone to stay because that's the first thing that I thought about. Like, you just left the person there to die instead of rendering aid.
Muy bien, también una de las cosas que me dio gusto escuchar que usted dijo es que usted estaba asustado y que usted sí se dio a la fuga, sí huyó de la escena. Pero después dijo usted que si usted hubiera estado en ese lugar a donde hubiera sido su familiar, quien hubiera estado en esa posición, a usted sí le hubiera gustado que alguien se quedara. Porque eso es lo que yo pensé. Lo primero que yo pensé fue, usted se fue, huyó y dejó a esta persona ahí muriéndose.
Yeah, you acknowledge that you lied. And you were not arrested for this crime until September of
Yes.
2022. What were you doing throughout that time?
Muy bien, entonces me da gusto que reconoció de que también mintió acerca de esto. En realidad no le arrestaron por este crimen hasta septiembre del 2022, ¿correcto? El confinado indicó que sí. La presidenta de la Junta le preguntó al confinado, ¿qué es lo que usted estaba haciendo durante ese tiempo?
When I was home, miss, before I got arrested, I just in the wrong community, you know, moving too fast, miss, and being impatient, miss, you know, and being lost, miss.
Okay, so let me clarify my question. If it was the accident occurred on December 26th, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
And then
yes.
you were out in the community for another 9 months before you were arrested.
Yes.
What were you doing in that time?
Oh, as in that time, miss, I was being
Okay, just wait a second so she can interpret.
Yes, ma'am.
Antes de que me arrestaran, estaba yo haciendo malas cosas en la comunidad, todo se movía muy rápido, no tenía yo paciencia, me sentía yo perdido. La presidenta indicó, déjame clarificar la pregunta. El accidente sucedió en diciembre 26. Eso quiere decir que usted después de este accidente todavía estaba en libertad en la comunidad por 9 meses. Quiero saber qué es lo que estaba haciendo usted durante ese tiempo.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, ma'am, as you can see, I did catch a violation of probation. You know, I try to go indulge in being under pressure. You know, I did try to go sell drugs in the community. And then the first day that the situation happened, I was on a GPS bracelet, miss, and something occurred in the community, and then my bracelet went off and I was arrested as soon as I tried to, miss. And I did. Now everything I did, I made the choice of doing it in New Haven, on the Fairhaven side of town, and I was arrested. Then after that, miss, me being totally honest, I was staying in Middletown the whole time after that at a girl's house, miss. And I was just staying in Middletown all the time, miss. But I was arrested during them 9 months for a violation of probation, miss, for trying to, you know, being under pressure, being broke, not having nothing, being impatient. You know, and it didn't work out for me, miss. Respectfully, miss, I was cheap.
Okay.
Bueno, la verdad es que durante ese tiempo también me agarraron por incumplimiento de libertad provisional. Estaba yo bajo bastante presión, entonces decidí vender drogas en una comunidad. tenía yo el brazalete que me tiene bajo registración o supervisión y algo sucedió mientras yo estaba haciendo esto en la comunidad y el brazalete entonces se activó. Estaba yo tomando decisiones equivocadas, haciendo cosas que no debería yo en la comunidad allá en la ciudad de New Haven. Después de esto me fui a Middletown, donde estaba yo quedando en la casa de una muchacha. Pero durante esos 9 meses sí me detuvieron por el incumplimiento de libertad provisional. Es que estaba yo bajo presión, no tenía yo dinero, era una persona impaciente.
So you knew, how soon after this accident did you know that the person died? Just wait before you answer.
Bueno, entonces usted sabía. Yo quiero saber cuánto tiempo después de este accidente usted sabía que esta persona había muerto.
Go ahead.
My mother had told me about I think it was like as soon as that happened, like a week or two after it was confirmed.
Okay.
Muy bien, entonces mi madre fue la que me dijo, creo que fue pronto, fue como 1 o 2 semanas después de que se confirmó.
So you knew that you caused a person's death, but you still did not tell the police that you were responsible? Why?
Muy bien, entonces usted sabía que le había causado la muerte a una persona y después de haberlo sabido, entonces usted de todas maneras no le dijo a la policía que usted era el responsable de esta muerte. ¿Por qué?
And I heard you say that you were afraid and you didn't want to get your mother into trouble, but you continued on with your life, knowing that this person was dead and still didn't step up to the plate. So was it when authorities learned that you were responsible for this accident that you actually accepted responsibility? You never turned yourself in, is the question that I'm really getting at. Sorry, Ms. Parole.
Muy bien, entonces usted sabía, yo escuché que usted dijo que usted tenía miedo y que no quería meter en problemas a su mamá. Entonces, usted sabía que usted pudo continuar con su vida sabiendo que usted le había quitado la vida a una persona estaba muerta a causa de lo que sucedió. Y a pesar de saber o tener este conocimiento, usted no se presentó a dejar saber que había sido usted. Fue cuando las autoridades supieron que fue usted el responsable del accidente que usted entonces admitió la responsabilidad. Supongo que lo que le estaba yo queriendo preguntar a usted es que usted en realidad nunca se entregó voluntariamente, ¿correcto?
Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss, honestly, Miss, like once I got the after my mother had told me what happened, Miss, I was sick to my stomach, Miss, but I didn't know what to do, Miss. I really didn't want my mother to get in trouble, Miss. I did. I really didn't know what to do, Miss. I honestly didn't want my mother to get in trouble, Miss.
Okay.
And I did, Miss. And I should have owned up to it. Me knowing what I know now, I should have been totally honest about it because the situation could have went about way different. Instead of me lying, I prolonged it and wasted the police time, even the victim's family time, Miss.
Okay.
Muy bien, entonces honestamente, después de que mi mamá me dijo lo sucedido, la verdad es que sí me sentí enfermo del estómago, no sabía yo qué hacer, no quería yo meter a mi mamá en problemas. Sé que debería yo de haberlo hecho, hubiera yo tenido que haber sido honesto y supongo que la situación hubiera sido diferente. En vez de ser honesto, dije mentiras y prolongué el asunto. Perdieron el tiempo las autoridades, también perdió el tiempo la familia de la víctima. Hubiera yo sido honesto.
Okay. And I understand that. What I have a problem with is from the time that you caused this accident, you were still participating in criminal activity. Like you weren't even staying on the straight and narrow then, because you, as you stated, you violated your probation. You were selling drugs out in the community. They released you back into the community on, they released you out in January of 2022. No, they didn't. I'm sorry. My numbers are not right. But, and then you were arrested again in May of 27 for interfering with, resisting arrest, and possession with the intent to sell.
Muy bien, entonces yo entiendo lo que usted dice. Supongo que lo que en realidad yo tengo un problema con el hecho de que desde el tiempo en que usted causó este accidente, después de haber causado este accidente, usted todavía continuó con su actividad delictiva, a donde en vez de mantenerse, se puede decir, en un camino honesto, usted estaba incumpliendo sus condiciones de su libertad provisional, estaba usted vendiendo drogas. Después de eso, de todas maneras, aparte de eso, de todas maneras, lo dejaron reintegrarse a la comunidad de nuevo. Me parece que en enero 2022, la verdad, no sé, ahorita mis fechas no concuerdan, pero lo arrestaron de nuevo. Me parece en mayo 27 por haberse resistido a un arresto, al igual que también estar en posesión de narcóticos con intención de vender.
And even before that, you were arrested in March for creating a public disturbance.
Aparte de eso, también le habían arrestado, antes de eso le habían arrestado en el mes de marzo por causar una alteración pública.
So even while you were out on supervision, you weren't complying.
Entonces, aunque usted estaba bajo libertad supervisada, en realidad no estaba usted cumpliendo con las reglas.
Your sentence with us does not end until 2029. How can we expect that you will comply with the rules of parole if you didn't while you were on probation?
Muy bien, entonces en realidad su condena con nosotros no termina o no acaba hasta el 2029. Yo quiero saber cómo es que usted piensa que nosotros vamos a creerle que usted va a cumplir con las reglas de su libertad condicional cuando usted no pudo cumplir con las reglas establecidas de su libertad provisional.
Thank you. Miss, you know, I've been here almost 4 years, miss. And before I came in here, I didn't have no common sense. Now I have common sense, miss. And like I said, AVP showed me the category, how to put certain things in life. From the bad tree to the good tree, man. You know, man. And honestly, miss, before even evading everything, miss, you know, being in the wrong places, in the wrong time, miss, I just dug myself a deeper and deeper hole, not having common sense, miss. You know, so I can tell you this one thing for sure. I have common sense now, miss. I know what not to do, how to be productive in the community.
Muy bien, entonces muchas gracias, señorita. Quiero decirle que yo he estado aquí ya casi 4 años. Entonces, antes de esto yo no tenía sentido común. Ahora sí tengo sentido común. Es lo que le estaba yo diciendo de este programa del ABP, a donde nos están enseñando a categorizar las cosas, empezando oyendo desde el árbol malo al buen árbol. Entonces nos ayudan a categorizar estas cosas. Antes de esto yo no tenía sentido común, estaba yo en los lugares equivocados, estaba yo lugares equivocados a un tiempo equivocado. Y yo seguía haciendo cosas que me seguían hundiendo en un hoyo más profundo y más profundo. Pero ahora le puedo decir que sí, ahora sí tengo sentido común.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes?
Thank you. When you were on probation, I know we talked about it a little bit, but when you were on probation, you did participate in Project Longevity's call-in. And then part of that program, we understand you're supposed to have access to resources and things. Why didn't you not engage with that? Or what was your experience with Project Longevity? And then we'll let the interpreter first interpret.
Miss,
Muy bien, entonces. Muy bien, entonces, cuando usted estaba bajo su libertad provisional, estaba usted participando en un programa que se llama Project Longevity. En este tipo de programa le ayudan a tener acceso a recursos. Yo quiero saber por qué usted no tomó ventaja de esos accesos de ese acceso a esos recursos.
Thank you. Miss, you know, right in front of my eyes, I didn't take advantage of what I knew, what I had in my hands at the time, you know? It's just me thinking of completing the program and not really listening, you know, not really understanding where they're coming from and just moving too fast, miss. If I could go back in time and know what I had in my hands, miss, I could know I could have been in school somewhere or even having a trade somewhere, miss. But me, again, not having common sense at the time and not understanding everything, miss.
All right, thank you.
Muy bien, entonces, era no poder reconocer lo que estaba en la frente de mí y no tomar ventaja de eso. Era pensar que podía yo completar un programa sin en realidad estar escuchando de lo que se trataba ese programa. Era de que yo quería hacer todo muy rápido, me estaba moviendo muy rápido en la vida. Si es que yo pudiera regresar el tiempo y poder ver lo que ya estaba frente de mí y poder tomar ventaja de eso. Yo sé que ahora yo estuviera ya sea en la escuela o estuviera yo en una escuela donde me enseñarían un oficio, pero de nuevo esto vuelve a que antes yo no tenía sentido como yo no entendía cómo era la vida.
Thank you. I was going to ask about your disciplinary reports and when kind of this change in you happened. I do see the last disciplinary reports were August last year, so 10 months ago. And then the programs that you talked about having such a big impact on you were just completed this year. Can you talk, I guess, a little bit about the DRs and when this change in you happened? Was it really the programs or was it going on?
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Yo quería hablar con usted un poquito acerca de los reportes disciplinarios y hablar con usted acerca de este cambio que se ha notado en usted. Entonces, le explico. Veo que su último reporte disciplinario fue en agosto del año pasado, entonces ya tiene casi 10 meses. El programa de los cuales usted nos ha estado hablando, usted lo completó este año. Pero de todas maneras quiero que usted me hable acerca de los reportes disciplinarios y cuándo fue que hubo un cambio en usted. Si el cambio que vemos es acerca de esos programas o si algo más sucedió.
Thank you. Miss, me being honest with you, miss, even when I caught tickets from the time being, when I was trying to get myself together, miss, it made me even want to be better. Even when I did go to sex sometimes, or I catch a ticket from holding me back from things sometimes. I could say one thing about the voices, it gave me a conscience. One thing about AVP, it showed me how to label and put category into things, you know? I knew what to stay away from, how to handle things, but I didn't know how to label them type of things, miss. I didn't, miss. So even times I caught tickets, miss, I would bang myself in the head because I knew it could have been something bigger and better. I could have dodged that situation or even seen it coming. AVP showed me how to label the things, and voices just showed me what actions can bring if you don't handle the situation as quickly as you should and stay away from certain negative things, man.
Muy bien, para ser honesto con usted, señorita, cuando me daban estos reportes disciplinarios, en realidad comencé a aprender de ellos, a donde yo dije, necesito hacer mejor las cosas, hasta cuando me ponían en aislamiento o cuando me daban un reporte disciplinario, yo pensaba, estas cosas me están manteniendo abajo sin poder superarme. Entonces fue cuando empecé a tomar el programa de Voices y ABP que empecé a comprender ciertas cosas. El programa de Voices me dio conciencia de las cosas y ABP me ayudó a categorizar estas cosas, no poder nombrar y categorizar estas cosas, cosas que antes yo no sabía. Yo sabía que ciertas cosas pasaban, pero no sabía cómo categorizarlas y ahora sí sé cómo hacer eso. Entonces, cuando me daban un reporte disciplinario, yo solito se puede decir, me golpeaba en la cabeza o me daba de golpes porque yo decía, necesito hacer mejor. Y una vez tomando el programa, por ejemplo, de Voices, a donde te ayudan a reconocer las acciones y cómo ciertas reacciones negativas se pueden vivir o cómo empezar a reconocer y saber que puedes tratar de evitar estas cosas. Es lo que Voices me enseñó, cómo tratar de reconocer las cosas y saber que así puedo yo tratar de evitar estas cosas y cómo hacerlo.
You do have a low score for, alcohol and drug use, but you did talk about having prior daily use of marijuana, not really thinking it was a problem. Do you think it all contributed to decision-making or motivation or, what are your thoughts on marijuana use now? I know it's not viewed as it used to be, but do you think it had an impact on your life?
Muy bien, entonces recibió usted un puntaje bajo de uso de alcohol y drogas, pero yo sé que usted en el pasado indicó que usted usaba la sustancia marihuana a diario y que no lo veía usted como un problema. Yo quería saber si usted piensa que eso contribuyó a la forma en la cual usted estaba tomando sus decisiones. También me gustaría saber qué es lo que piensa ahora del uso de marihuana. Quiero saber cuál es el impacto que ha tenido eso en su vida.
Ma'am, honestly, miss, like, even before, even one of the tickets, I'm gonna tell you, be honest with you, even before, one of my tickets is for marijuana, and I already had a conscience of like, it's not worth it because all they do is just make you feel stupid. So, once I caught that ticket, miss, it made even more sense, I'm like, yeah, like, like people, like that's great people in life. They don't smoke marijuana. So, if I know I want to be something great in life, I got to quit bad habits. You got on a new road to journey, you got to quit your bad habits. That's one thing, like I say, AVP taught me, as well. Like, but I knew that, but it's just more justifiable on my rightnesses of thinking, miss. Like, it's not worth it, miss. You're wasting your time and wasting your money.
Muy bien, entonces para serle honesto, desde antes, le voy a ser honesto acerca de un reporte disciplinario que me dieron. Uno de ellos fue por el uso de marihuana y ahora le puedo decir que no valió la pena, no vale la pena porque en realidad lo único que hace es que se sienta uno como el tonto. Entonces, también he notado, hay personas maravillosas, grandes en esta vida y ellos no usan o fuman marihuana. Entonces, yo quiero ser una persona buena o grande como estas personas. Necesito yo para detener estos hábitos malos. A donde esa es una de las cosas que el programa de ABP también me enseñó, que si quieres tener un camino bueno, necesita uno para detener estos hábitos malos. Entonces, es como le digo, ya me he dado cuenta que es algo que no vale la pena, solamente estás perdiendo el tiempo y el dinero haciendo esas cosas.
Just two more quickly for me. I know you just started New Thoughts this week and it's supposed to end in August. And then you were also supposed to start anger management on the 15th. Do you know what happened with that class?
Muy bien, solamente tengo dos preguntas más para usted. Sé que estaba usted supuesto a comenzar el programa de New Thoughts o Nuevos Pensamientos y lo comenzó esta semana. Tiene una fecha tentativa para completar ese programa en agosto. También sé que estaba usted supuesto a comenzar el programa de control de ira y me parece que ese lo estaba supuesto a comenzar el 15. ¿Sabe usted qué sucedió con ese programa?
Miss, when I first came here, I wrote about anger management, and she never wrote me back. So I don't honestly don't know, Miss. But New Thoughts, yeah, I started it, and then she told me that it does end in August, like the first week of August or something around there. Yeah, I'm in New Thoughts right now, ma'am. Yes, you're right.
Okay, yeah, I think it's supposed to end August 7th, it looks like, okay. You did trans-
Muy bien, para serle honesto, cuando primero llegué aquí, yo escribí para participar en el programa de control de ira, pero en realidad nunca me escribió de regreso, no me dio una respuesta. Acerca del programa de New Thoughts, sí está usted en lo correcto, ese ya lo comencé y está supuesto a terminar creo que la primera semana de agosto. El miembro de la Junta, Mesquí, dijo sí, creo que en agosto 7.
Okay, my last question was about identification. You said you started selling drugs again because you couldn't find a job, because you didn't have ID, because you didn't have your birth certificate and your social security card. Have you been able to work on that? Has there been any progress in getting copies of your birth certificate or social security card so you can get a valid ID?
Muy bien, y mi otra pregunta que tengo es acerca de su identificación. Sé que usted había mencionado que comenzó a vender drogas porque no podía usted encontrar un trabajo y la razón por la cual no podía conseguir trabajo es porque no tenía usted una identificación, ya que había también perdido su tarjeta de seguro social. Entonces yo quería saber si usted ya ha podido trabajar en este asunto, a donde ya ha podido conseguir copias ya sea de su certificado de nacimiento o de su tarjeta de seguro social.
Man, me being honest, you know, I'm being mature now. I put too much faith in like my mother with stuff, like, you know, so me taking full responsibility now. Miss Logan told me to wrote Miss Kryaski, and I wrote her, and she said, about something. Oh, well, when parole, your time is up, and they let us know when you're leaving or whatever, then I will take you to the DMV. So I told her, Miss, and I wrote her as soon as I left Miss Logan, because Miss Logan referenced that to me, but I told her how Miss Kryaski was saying, oh, you gotta have 2 years or whatever. So when I wrote Kryaski, she called me up and told me, depending on whatever y'all say, that's how I go about it, man.
Muy bien, entonces, para serle honesto, siento que yo he tenido mucha fe en mi madre. Entonces, lo que ahora he hecho después de hablar con la señorita Logan es yo le escribí a la señora Krioski, donde le dejé saber lo que la señorita Logan me había dicho y la señorita Krioski me dijo que tenía que ver lo de mi tiempo de libertad condicional y una vez que llegara ese momento ella me llevaría al departamento de vehículos motorizados para que pudiéramos arreglar ese asunto. Entonces, una vez que la señorita Logan me dio información de eso, yo rápidamente le escribí a la señora Krioski en referente a lo que me había dicho la señorita Logan, pero ella me había mencionado algo así como que yo todavía tenía 2 años. Entonces, en realidad, todo depende en lo que digan ustedes aquí el día de hoy. Ya veremos qué pasa con ese asunto.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, and I think if you don't get it through there, I think when you get home, you should be able to go to the town where you were born and they should have a record. You should be able to get a copy of your birth certificate and then try and find out how to go about getting those records for yourself so you can take some more ownership over those things and keep them for you so you can, that stuff doesn't hold you back. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. That's all, Madam Chair.
Sí, si es que no lo puede usted conseguir de esa manera, una vez que usted consiga su libertad, puede ir al pueblo o la ciudad en la cual usted nació. Me parece que ahí ellos mantienen estos archivos y pueda usted conseguir su acta de nacimiento para que de esa manera usted ya pueda tener estos archivos, estos documentos con usted y poder adueñarse un poco más de esa situación, de esas cosas, para que esas cosas no le retengan más. Entonces, esas eran todas mis preguntas que yo tenía. Muchas gracias por contestarlas. Ya no tengo más preguntas.
Thank you. Mr. Sadauskas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cooper, your last disciplinary report was in August of 2025. You said that you figured it out now on how to avoid those, and you've avoided more disciplinary reports than you've got. Do you think you could find a way to go to August of next year without getting a disciplinary report?
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Vamos a continuar con el señor Cizauskas. El señor Cizauskas indicó gracias a la presidenta. Para el señor, el último reporte disciplinario que usted obtuvo fue en agosto de 2025. Dijo usted que ya usted ahora sabía cómo tratar de evitar esas situaciones que le dan estos reportes disciplinarios. Entonces yo quería preguntarle a usted, ¿piensa usted con el nuevo conocimiento que usted ahora tiene, si va a poder evitar obtener otro reporte disciplinario hasta agosto del próximo año?
Sir, you know, I'm incarcerated. You know, every day, even me while being here, anything can happen. But me being myself, I know to stay away from negative energy. And if situations do approach me, I ask for nonviolent solutions. And I know, and I care for others, and I try to resolve the situations. So even though my last ticket was last August, every day after that ticket, even me getting out of segregation, it just any day, anything can happen, but I know to stay away from them type of negative energies. Like I said, I'm big on energy, so I know to stay away from it. You know, I could catch a ticket and dig myself in a deeper hole, and that's not something I'm looking for, sir.
Okay, thank you for answering my question.
Señor, yo me encuentro encarcelado, entonces a diario cosas pueden suceder aquí. Entonces lo único que yo puedo hacer es tratar de mantenerme lejos de energía negativa. Si algo fuera a suceder, tratar de encontrar una solución para resolver la situación. Una vez estando ya sea fuera de aislamiento, le puedo decir que cualquier cosa puede suceder en este lugar. Entonces, es mantenerse lejos de una energía negativa. Yo soy muy creyente de la energía, entonces mantenerme lejos de una energía negativa y tratar de evitar situaciones que puedan hacer que yo pueda obtener un reporte disciplinario.
No other questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we are going to turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate for victim input. Mr. Cooper, please do not interrupt. You can listen. Good morning, Mrs. Williams.
Muy bien.
Thank you.
Entonces,
Good morning.
muchas gracias. Ya no hay preguntas. Lo que vamos a hacer ahora, señor Cooper, es que le vamos a dar la palabra, le vamos a ceder la palabra a la persona que está en la oficina de servicios de asistencia a las víctimas para que ella pueda dar la declaración de la víctima. Le voy a pedir que no interrumpa. Usted puede escuchar, pero no interrumpa. Buenos días, señora Williams.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, panel.
Gracias. Buenos días, señora presidenta. Buenos días a la Junta.
I do have the family of the victim who would like to address the board today, and they will be joining us via speakerphone.
Thank you.
Tengo a la familia de la víctima que quieren decirle unas palabras a la Junta y nos van a acompañar por medio de vía telefónica.
This is where she has this statement in English and they're going to read it in Spanish. So I think they're done for now until we deliberate.
Thank you. You may begin. You can read your statement now, sir.
Señor, ¿puede leer su declaración?
Okay.
Ok.
Pero yo les envío a ustedes.
But I send it to you guys.
Can you ask him, Daisy, if he's going to read his statement, and then I'm going to read it in English?
¿Quiere usted leer su declaración y ya después yo la leería en inglés?
Or does he just want me to read it in English?
¿O solamente quiere usted que yo lea que lea su declaración en inglés?
Sí, por favor.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
see. Okay, tell him I'm going to disconnect, but he will continue to view.
Muy bien, entonces voy a desconectar la llamada, pero puede usted continuar viendo la audiencia.
Okay.
Okay,
Ok.
okay, good. Gracias. Thank you. I, Manuel Maria Nunez Hidalgo, a national residing in Palora Canton, Morena, Santiago Province, Ecuador, and the father of the late Manuel Fernando Nunez Cepa, stating the following. Upon learning of the information provided by the United States authorities regarding inmate Jacob Cooper, ID number 429716, I wish to express my vehement objection. Learning that the individual who took my beloved son's life, leaving our entire family in deep anguish, might be granted parole is outrageous. I reject this inhumane and immoral act as it violates the dignity and memory of my late son. For all relevant purposes, I formally oppose the granting of parole. He must serve his full sentence. Justice must be served regarding the person who ended my son's life and caused me irreparable harm. Due to my advanced age of 94, I suffer from heart complications, nervous breakdowns, anxiety, and depression, resulting from the irreparable loss of my son. I trust that the authorities will make decisions consistent with the right to life, justice, and due legal process. I emphasize that my late son, Manuel Fernando Nunez Cepa, was the provider for his family. He was an honorable, responsible, hardworking, and respectful person. This is all I have to state for the record, trusting that justice will be served. Sincerely, Manuel Maria Nunez, father of the deceased. And now I will connect, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And now I will connect with the son of the victim. One moment. Thank you. You may begin.
Gracias. Puede comenzar.
Ok. Muy buenos días con todos los presentes aquí. Agradezco primeramente el tiempo de cada una de estas personas que están aquí presentes. Yo soy el hijo de mi difunto padre, llamado Manuel Fernando Núñez Cepa, y hoy estoy aquí tomándome un tiempo de mi trabajo para poder dar justicia a nombre de mi padre. Mi padre falleció desafortunadamente el 26 de diciembre del 2022 y desde ese día he sufrido su pérdida a manos de una persona totalmente irresponsable que le arrebató la vida. Porque a esa persona que ahora mismo está pidiendo su libertad condicional le hubiera importado un poco o tener le hubiera importado un poco más de lo sucedido y tener un poco de mentalidad, no se hubiera echado a la fuga del lugar e intentar tener una ayuda. No soy alguien que tenga las leyes en mente, pero sin embargo soy fiel creyente de que las cosas tienen cada acto de cada persona tiene su consecuencia. Y no lo hago solo por mí, lo hago por todos mis hermanos, por todas las personas que hoy justamente escuchando la corte me doy en cuenta que la persona que hoy está pidiendo su libertad condicional anteriormente se le ha sido concedida, pero sin embargo no ha cumplido con lo que ha sido prometido, y si es que anteriormente no se le ha llegado a cumplir, no creo que por un programa de 9 meses que se haya tomado no va a cambiar de mentalidad tan pronto. Soy consciente de que las personas cambian, pero no en poco tiempo. Y el fallecimiento de mi padre nos dejó un cargo emocional a toda mi familia, a mis hermanos, y lleno de resentimiento, frustración, dolor y soledad. Pasé de ver cómo mi papá se sacrificaba todos los días con tal de darnos el mundo a mis hermanos y a mi madre. Y nosotros nos sentimos que perdimos el rumbo de nuestras cosas, de nuestro camino, por así decirlo. Nuestro padre era el pilar para la familia, económicamente y sentimentalmente. Ahora yo soy como hermano mayor de todos mis hermanos, el que intenta ser el pilar que una vez se nos fue arrebatado y que no volverá, desgraciadamente. Ahora yo soy el que cubre los estudios de mis hermanos, la mayoría de cosas intento ser el pilar para mi familia. Yo soy una persona que es migrante y no tengo vergüenza de decirlo. Arriesgué mi vida a los 18 años para venir a este país e intentar sacar un ingreso para yo poder ser el pilar para mi familia, para poder ayudar a todos mis hermanos. Arriesgué mi vida haciendo eso de ahí. Sin embargo, yo venía para acá con la esperanza de que iba a poder pasar un tiempo con mi padre, pero justamente en el viaje se me fue entregada la desafortunada noticia de que él había fallecido. No pensé mucho en las acciones que estaba tomando, pero yo sabía que era para el bien de mi familia. Y de ahí, pero es un pensamiento que rueda mucho y no me dejará de girar. Mi sufrimiento también existe. No pienso en mí o cómo me sentía yo al saber que él ya no está, al no poder acordarme de su voz, su manera de reír o cuando me aconsejaba. Es complicado pensar cómo una persona puede dejarte tantas memorias y que no puedas acordarte de ellas. Sé que si estuviera vivo, él y yo sacaríamos de adelante a nuestra familia. Nos toca afrontar a toda mi familia la pérdida de mi padre. Y si pudiera revertir el tiempo, lo haría. Lo más doloroso de este suceso es que no ha habido ningún tipo de resolución ni ayuda por parte de las personas involucradas en el caso. Todo lo que se dio para poder tener un caso fue pagado por nuestros bolsillos a través de lágrimas, noches sin dormir y llantos. Me parece una falta de respeto que al culpable se le dé una oportunidad de ser libre por un crimen que hizo. Parece que le estuvieran dando un premio cuando debería ser al revés. Pido justicia para mi padre y para mi familia. Siento un vacío de dolor inexplicable al tener que hacer esta carta y abogar en nombre de mi padre, ya que no está presente. No hay solución haciéndole responsable de sus actos y de lo sucedido. A lo mejor le haga reflexionar como persona, porque recuperar a mi papá no se podrá hacer. Y a lo mejor muchos no entiendan, pero si estuvieran en mi puesto, sé que harían lo mismo. Tomé esta decisión pensando en que detrás de ese padre humilde, trabajador, hay una familia desolada y triste que desafortunadamente se quedaron sin su padre. Y sé que él no podrá leer ni escuchar esto, pero papá, se supone que me durarías toda la vida. En mis ojos eres invencible, pero te ganó la muerte. Y en sí me ganó a mí también porque se fue llevando una parte de mí contigo. Espero encontrarte en otra vida, ya que en esta no puedo continuar nuestra historia. Y hago hincapié en estas palabras de que me gustaría que las leyes se lleven al pie de la letra como se debería hacer, hecho desde hace tiempo. Esta persona, tras la huida del accidente, tuvo 9 meses para poder recapacitar mentalmente o buscar una manera de hacer una ayuda, pero no. En cambio de eso, pues buscó la manera de olvidar los casos, perdiéndose entre sustancias y las drogas. No es un aporte a la comunidad que se pueda decir que se vaya a perder, y soy creyente de que cualquier persona puede cambiar, incluido él. Pero por ahora, creo que con todos los antecedentes que se ha llegado a tener, es más que suficiente para saber que no está capacitado para una eh, libertad condicional. Y me gustaría también hacer otro hincapié de que lo sufrido, eso no se va a quitar, y que en este caso no estamos más por lo económico, ni por nada del estilo, ni por dinero, ni nada, porque todo, los gastos y todo lo que ha corrido por aquí ha sido por nuestro propio nombre, nuestro propio bolsillo, y no se ha sido, por así decir, echado una ayuda económica. La única ayuda es un papeleo a seguros de autos que ha sido hecho por mi propia mano y mi propio bolsillo. Y esto para nosotros y para toda mi familia, mis abuelos y todos, solo es una pérdida que no se va a poder recuperar, aunque hagamos hasta lo imposible. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will read the statement in English. To everyone present in court and those handling the case. My name is Marlon Nunez, son of the late Manuel Fernando Nunez. My father passed away on December 26, 2022, and I have been grieving his loss ever since. An innocent life was taken at the hands of an irresponsible person. For if he had cared even a little, he would not have fled. I may not know the letter of the law, but I do know that if the guilty party goes free, it is highly likely that the same thing will happen to another innocent person. My father's death left me with a heavy emotional burden, filled with resentment, frustration, pain, and a lingering loneliness. I went from watching my father sacrifice himself every day to give my siblings and me the world, to deciding to do what I felt was right, stepping up as the pillar of my family. Now, I am the one providing for their education, ensuring they lack for nothing, and offering the same support my father gave us. I risked my own life to shield my family from financial hardship. I didn't hesitate when I decided to seek a better life for their sake and my own. But now that thought spins in my mind like a wheel that won't stop turning. My suffering is real too. I didn't think about myself, about how I felt knowing he was gone. about not being able to recall his voice, his laugh, or the times he offered me advice. It is difficult to grasp how a person can leave you with so many memories, yet you find yourself unable to actually recall them. I know that if he were alive, the two of us would be moving our family forward together. My entire family has had to face the loss of my father, and if I could turn back time, I would. The most painful part of this entire ordeal is that there has been no resolution or assistance from the people involved in the case. Everything it took to build a case came at a personal cost, paid for with our tears, sleepless nights, and weeping. I find it disrespectful that the guilty party is being given the chance to go free for the crime he committed. It is as if he were being awarded a prize, when it should be the other way around. I demand justice for my father and my family. I feel an inexplicable emptiness and pain, having to write this letter and speak up for my father since he is no longer here. There is no other solution. Holding him accountable for his actions and for what happened might make him reflect on the kind of person he is, because I can never get my dad back. Many might not understand, but I know that if they were in my shoes, they would do the same. I made this decision knowing that behind that humble, hardworking father, there is a devastated, grieving family left without their dad. And I know he cannot read or hear this, but Dad, you were supposed to be with me for a lifetime. In my eyes, you were invincible. But death defeated you. And in a way, it defeated me too, because it took a part of me along with you. I hope to meet you in another life, since our story couldn't continue in this one. Sincerely, Marlon Nunez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel.
We will now deliberate.
Gracias. Ahora vamos a tomar una decisión.
I want to thank the victims for their input today and express remorse for their loss. My condolences. These cases are always extremely difficult.
Muy bien, entonces quiero agradecer a las víctimas por su declaración el día de hoy. Quiero también expresarle mis más sentidos pésames por la pérdida. Una situación así siempre es extremadamente difícil.
And Mr. Cooper made so many poor decisions that resulted in this victim's death. He has completed some positive programs. He has also been able, in my opinion, to demonstrate some level of offender change, because he hasn't received any disciplinary infractions in almost a year. And he appears to have an understanding of the magnitude or the gravity or the impact his actions have had on the victims.
Muy bien. El señor Cooper ha tomado tantas malas decisiones en su camino que terminaron culminándose en la muerte de esta víctima. Él ha completado programas con carácter positivo, al igual que él también ha demostrado, en mi opinión, ha demostrado un nivel de cambio de ofensor. Le lo digo porque él no ha recibido ningún reporte disciplinario en ya casi un año. Aparte de eso, él también parece tener el consentimiento, el conocimiento de la magnitud, de la gravedad, la seriedad o el impacto que esto ha tenido, que sus acciones han tenido en la víctima o en la familia de la víctima.
I believe that Mr. Cooper's age at the time that this offense was committed did play a major role in his decision-making.
La verdad, yo pienso también que la edad del señor Cooper en el momento que sucedió esta ofensa fue un factor en cómo él tomaba sus decisiones en ese momento.
But his age does not excuse his actions. So while I would like to commend Mr. Cooper on his efforts towards rehabilitation, I'm not sure that I would support his discretionary parole today.
Muy bien, entonces, ya haber dicho eso, mencionado eso, en realidad su edad no excusa las acciones. Entonces, aunque sí me gustaría pues dejarle saber al señor Cooper que se le agradecen sus esfuerzos en su rehabilitación, no sé si en realidad yo pueda apoyar que se le apruebe o se le otorgue la libertad condicional discrecional.
I believe that there is more work for Mr. Cooper to do in the facility to prepare himself for release. And I also am making this decision out of respect for the deceased victim's family.
Muy bien, entonces yo creo de que el señor Cooper todavía tiene mucho más trabajo que hacer en la instalación, en la correccional, para que él pueda prepararse mejor cuando se le otorgue la libertad, ya sea temprana o la libertad en general. También pienso que estoy tomando esta decisión por respeto a la familia de la víctima.
So, based on the injury and impact to the victims, his poor institutional adjustment, the 10 disciplinary infractions, and the nature and circumstance of his offense, I will be a denial today.
Muy bien, entonces, basado en la naturaleza y las circunstancias del delito actual, mala adaptación institucional, al igual que también participación suficiente en el programa institucional y pruebas insuficientes de cambio del ofensor, yo creo que el día de hoy vamos a negar la libertad condicional.
Thank you. Ms. Keys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also a deny today. I do believe Mr. Cooper has demonstrated change through the programming he has completed and maybe maturing as well. But I want him to complete new thoughts, and I would like there to be more time since his last DR. So I would be in favor of a deny, but offer an opportunity for a rehear to demonstrate that he can put into practice what he has learned in his personal changes through not acquiring more disciplinary reports, and he can complete new thoughts.
Muy bien, entonces creo que para mí también va a ser una denegación para el señor Cooper. A mí me gustaría que el señor Cooper pueda demostrarnos un mejor cambio, un cambio más notorio. Así puedo ver que él está cambiando, está madurando. Me gustaría verlo completar el programa de New Thoughts y que él tuviera más tiempo sin haber recibido un reporte disciplinario. Me gustaría también tener la oportunidad para que se le vuelva a escuchar en otra audiencia, en otro tiempo. y que él pueda demostrar que ha podido poner en práctica las cosas que ha aprendido, al igual que también su cambio personal que ha desarrollado.
Thank you. Mr. Sadowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with both of what you've said. Based on his, in my opinion, his sincere remorse and apology and some of the statements regarding change, I would also be in favor of for August of 2027 as a date for us to discuss.
That's fine.
Muy bien, el señor Cesasquez dijo lo siguiente: yo estoy de acuerdo en lo que las dos dijeron. Entonces yo creo en su remordimiento. Lo que yo pienso es un remordimiento sincero en sus disculpas, en el cambio que hemos visto. Entonces también me gustaría poder volverlo a escuchar. Estoy poniendo en la mesa una fecha tentativa para volver a escucharlo en otra audiencia de agosto 2027. La presidenta dijo que ella también está de acuerdo en esto.
So I move with regard to Jacob Cooper, 429716, to deny discretionary parole at this time based on the injury and impact to the victim, poor institutional adjustment, and the nature and/or circumstance of the offense. I further move to rehear him in August of 2027, at which time he should have successfully completed positive programs and remained disciplinary infraction free. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Muy bien, entonces en el caso de Jacob Cooper, número de confinado 429716, hago una moción para denegarle la libertad condicional por las siguientes razones: los daños y o el impacto para las víctimas o la familia de las víctimas, la naturaleza y o la circunstancia del delito actual y la mala adaptación institucional. Entonces, aparte de eso, también me gustaría hacer una moción para volver a escucharle en otra audiencia en agosto del 2027, en la cual ella debería de haber completado programas adicionales con carácter positivo y también mantenerse sin haber obtenido reportes disciplinarios adicionales. ¿Tengo a alguien más que apoya esta moción? Sí.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, you received this in writing. We do want to recognize that you are in the process of change. We want to see you do some more work on yourself. Just keep moving in a positive direction and remain positive, and we will see you in August. Okay.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Jacob Cooper, 429716.
Get ready to tape you, okay? AP for your tray, okay? AP for your tray. That's left.
Mr. Jamal, we'll be with you shortly. We're just gonna take a short break, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Morning, Mr. Demond.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, panel member Barry.
Robert Sisowski.
Aileen Keys.
Also present is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams, and also in attendance is the board psychologist. Mr. Demond, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Anthony Demond, inmate number is 341904.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Anthony Demond, 341904. He is serving a sentence of 10 years followed by 5-year special parole for 2 counts of manslaughter first, and he also has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is possession of narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 16, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices, aftercare, tier 1, tier 2. He participates in script. He participates in crime. He participates in Narcotics Anonymous. He is also enrolled in college, and he has completed Alternatives to Violence, Basic, Advanced, the workshop and project, and he has completed People Empowering People. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Demond, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So you guys, do you ask me the question?
Yes, you can go ahead and start your statement, Mr. Demond.
All right. So the question is why I should be granted parole. Why I believe I should be granted parole is I've taken the time to really reflect on myself and my actions and see that I needed to change. I can't continue to live life like this. I can't continue to keep relapsing and going through the same pattern. So I took the time to reflect on myself, and I understand that I understand the seriousness of my addiction and the power of my sobriety. And I know that if I am released and I will stay sober, I will be a productive person in the community. And I will take all the steps that I've learned from every single one of these groups to help me with my triggers, to help me not relapse, and then be able to handle a situation when I'm in a tough situation, dealing with my stress, dealing with my emotions, and just knowing that trigger, and I have that point of choice when I can make that alternative so I can go down the proper right route and then make a healthy decision.
Well, we appreciate your statement, Mr. Demond. We did receive your lengthy statement that you wrote to us. We did review it thoroughly. We learned about all the things that you learned through your programs. You've taken and completed a number of positive programs. We did also receive several letters of support from your friends and family, and we also did receive a letter of objection from the state's attorney's office as well. We take all of that stuff into consideration when we're reviewing your file. We do have some additional questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we will turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate for victim input, and then we will deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
Okay.
Best of luck to you, sir. Ms. Keys will begin with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for your opening. When you were in the community last time, you had engaged in substance abuse treatment and completed them successfully, and then would be home for a bit, or would be, out, not engaged for a little bit, and then would resume treatment. And at times, voluntarily, you were initiating that, you wanted to go back to treatment. And those were all wonderful things that you were showing, that you can complete the treatment and everything, and even seek it out yourself when you feel like you need to. Why do you think you did not do that when you were relapsing this last time that led to the crash?
To be honest, it's really about me not understanding that I had a problem. Just always thinking that you know, I had things under control, but I realized I didn't have things under control because I realized the seriousness of my addiction and it had control over me. Not learning, you know, not knowing how to deal with my emotions and not being able to talk to people and express that I have a problem. You know what I mean? Thinking down on myself, you know, it was really just like, I didn't know how to talk to people about it, you know, and then me being in these groups and these like more groups with like, you know, leadership roles, it's allowed me to be able to like talk about my problems and open those wounds and understand that I need help, you know, so, and then I've been attending NAs in here, but the difference is like attending them out in the world and you're not thinking that you have a problem, you're just doing it just because. But now being in a group, knowing that I have a problem and I'm really trying to take something out of it, it's more effective. And I know that when I am sober, I could be a productive person. So this is the things that just keep me pushing.
Okay. Thank you. So what would be different this time when you go out? It sounds like you have realized more, but to continue this positive streak in the community, what are your plans?
Well, one of my plans is to continue to go to NA meetings, contact with a sponsor, and keep myself out of certain environments, certain risks, certain triggers, and understanding that I have to stay on a straight and narrow. I have to stay on a clean path. And it's the only way it's going to work. You can change, but if you only change 90% of yourself, that 10% is going to be what's going to cause you to relapse. So I have to change 100% of myself. And that's how I'm going to move forward, staying committed to my recovery plan, you know, and that's.
Right. What about counseling? I didn't see, it sounds like part of it is this now sharing and opening up and communicating about what's going on inside of you before maybe it builds up and leads to relapse.
So I'm in a script program right now, and we have a doctor that I've been talking to, and she said that if I get out, she can help me get into like therapy and stuff like that. So I said, I think I need that. I think I need therapy, somebody to talk to, you know, unload my trauma and stuff like that.
Okay, good. You've answered a lot of my questions already, actually. Have you connected? I know you talked about wanting to get a sponsor. Do you know exactly what meetings you're going to go to? Have you looked at the schedules, and have you tried to connect already with anybody so that you immediately have like a smooth transition to a positive sober support in the community?
So I've been talking to the guys that run the group here, and they're not from the area that I'm from, but I know that when I do go, I want to be in a group that's not mandated like by court and stuff. I want people that are actually there because they want to be there, and I know that I'll get the proper help from there. Because I feel that if I go to a group, I need to be a group that is very supportive, like not just people in there that are just trying to get by and they're not, you know, engaged in. I need to be there where I can fully open up and I can talk to people and I can find a sponsor. So I haven't found the location, but I believe that there's like a church in my area that has like a self where you could just walk in and you can attend the group.
Have you heard of CCAR?
No, I haven't.
That's one
is that in Stanford?
It's statewide. I don't know exactly all the locations, but I would imagine it would be in Stanford. But that's one where we hear a lot of positive things about it, and it's people who want to be there, and it sounds like they're very supportive and motivated, and it may be a good something to look into. But you'll keep looking for one until you find one that fits and you feel comfortable.
I'm going to take that down because I'm going to look into that, because that's the type of group that I need to be in. I need to be in a group that everybody is supportive and it's not mandated.
And you talked about talking about your feelings more and what's going on. I know you want to sponsor to your mom and your stepdad, and they did confirm their willingness. We did receive 8 letters of support for you as well, including from them. Have you communicated more with them about what's going on? Who can you communicate with that's
Yes.
in your natural network? Yeah.
Well, I communicate a lot with my mother and my cousin, Kyrie Bryan. So they've been like real supportive and they've helped me. And it's been a good thing to be able to unload that trauma and talk to them about, my problems and moving forward.
So your plan is to return to, as I said, your mother's home. And in your stepfather's letter, he did indicate that he could hire you to provide you with some employment. And you also said you have a friend who owns a business that may be able to assist with work.
Yes.
What are the rest of your goals? I know you talked about maybe going to school.
Well,
And
as soon as I get out, I want to continue to go to school. So I'm close to getting my degree. So I want to make sure I obtain that. And I want to continue my business that I had as a personal trainer. And I want to expand my brand and potentially get a gym so that the gym that I have, like a snack bar, because that's a big thing. Like, so my stepfather, we did meal preps. So I want to be able to like incorporate that into the gym where I have a gym that offers healthy food options for people, after they work out and stuff of that nature.
sounds great. What about the victims and the victims' families? We haven't mentioned them yet. We have lost 2 people that were doing nothing wrong in a violent way. Can you talk at all about victims?
Yes, well, first, I want to apologize to the victim's family. I'm deeply sorry for the pain that I caused. It was never my intention to hurt anybody, but I understand that I made an irresponsible decision by smoking PCP and operating a motor vehicle. And I'm deeply sorry for the pain that I've caused you guys.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any other questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Mr. Sabaskis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Mr. Doman.
Good morning.
How is your release plan different from the last time you were released from incarceration?
Well, this is actually my first time I ever even had a release plan. My last time incarcerated, I didn't even work on myself, I don't think. I just did what the average person does and just sit in jail and did nothing to better myself. This time I actually understand how important it is to have a release plan, how important it is to have, a step-by-step plan. Like, you can't just go into the world and just say, all right, when I get out there, I'm gonna do this, that, and that. Because now what if your plan A doesn't work? What's your plan B? Plan B doesn't work. What's your plan C? So I understand that I have to have a plan mapped out, in order to make this complete.
Okay. I read, and you mentioned it briefly, but I read that you have mentored and facilitated programs in a prison. How did that come about?
Well, I started in 2023. I started facilitating AVP, and that's like a week group. So I would be in the groups a lot, and the counselor here, Counselor Breck, he would see me and you hear about me, and then he had brought it to my attention that I would be a good candidate to be a mentor. And then I agreed with it and I became a mentor, and then I've been helping the inmates. I've helped some inmates achieve their GED. I've helped them, just strive to be better than I was and not make the same decisions that I made, and understand and letting them know that it's never too late to make a change.
Okay, that's all I have, sir. Thank you very much for answering my questions. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome.
Sabaskis. So, Mr. Demond, you talked a lot about your triggers, and knowing how to manage your triggers and your emotions, but you never really said, aside from your feelings of your being overwhelmed, you never really mentioned what those triggers are. Can you share with us what those are, what some of them?
Well, it's really understanding my point of choice, because it's like, you know, if I become like, let's say I'm upset about something, not 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 taking action to really solve the problem and just trying to dull it by using
Mask
drugs,
it. Yep.
mask it, you know, not really finding a solution to fix the problem, because now the problem still exists and all I'm doing is I'm just damaging myself. I'm not fixing nothing. And then now, like when I was in AVP, I learned a lot about my point of choice. You know, if I start to feel this, that's when I take my second and I move back and I think about things before, yeah, you know, it escalates to something, you know, where I'm just like making a
Okay,
phone
but
call.
I'm going to stop you, Mr. Demond, because I want you to be more specific. So when you say you have a problem, and instead of addressing the problem, you start using drugs. So what kind of problems do you anticipate? Perhaps relationship issues.
Stress.
Right. Okay. So that's what I'm talking about.
Stress.
Right?
Yeah, stress.
Okay.
You know, being overwhelmed with work, responsive, you know, certain responsibilities, you know, bills and stuff like that. Just being overwhelmed with life itself.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest things was I was in a relationship before I came in, and I allowed my emotions to just, I didn't know how to deal with my emotions, so I masked everything, trying to be this masculine man and saying I don't have problems, and I ran to the things to mask my problems.
I mean, I was just puzzled by when reading your file, because I'm like, what personal trainer wants to put, you know, those chemicals into their body? If you're talking about natural eating and all this other stuff, healthy eating, why would you put stuff that they put in embalming fluid basically inside your body? They put it in dead people. Anyway, so I wanted to go back to your statement about finding a solution, because what if there is no solution to the problem? It's some things, they're out of our control. For example, other people's behaviors. I can't control your behavior or the way that you feel about me. How do you handle that? Even though it may be uncomfortable, there's not a solution to every single problem.
No, yeah, you're right. Well, and now I would have to just remove myself from the situation. You know, I'd have to think about what really matters. You know, I can't react impulsively and then I'm in a situation like this. Right. I gotta understand that my actions, they affect a lot of people. And I think that's the biggest thing that I learned. Like, I didn't never know that, how much I could affect everybody and how I hurt my community as well. So yeah, that's always gonna play in the back of my head.
You were driving 101 miles per hour. 101 miles per hour with no brakes, nothing. And I know you were under the influence. What injuries did you suffer?
None.
So aside from you were unconscious in the car, they took you to the hospital, you got the blood test, they came back positive for PCP, no broken bones, no bloody nose, no nothing. Wow, that's amazing. Okay. I appreciate your answering our questions, Mr. Demond. We're going to turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate for victim input. We ask that you listen in closely, but please do not interrupt. Please be respectful. All right. Thank you. Right. Mrs. Williams, good morning again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a statement from the sister and the parents of one of the victims. One moment. Good morning. I am Anthony Johnston's sister. To begin to tell you how his death has affected me is something no one can describe. I am the youngest and had to take charge of everything surrounding his death due to my parents not being able to handle it. I am haunted by the images I have seen from the car accident that were so horrific, I don't know how any of them survived. I was in charge of discussing what happened with the police and handling the funeral arrangements. After enduring all of this, I became very depressed and had a hard time sleeping. It affected my job as I was unable to focus. I needed to take time off to pull myself together. Every day, I face challenges surrounding his death, and my depression has not gotten any better as I find myself constantly reminded of what all happened. To hear about a possible release of the person that caused all of this is devastating to me, that he can continue his life after a short period of time being in jail while we continuously face the challenge of everyday life. Thank you. Good morning. I am Anthony Johnson's father. About a month after my son was killed in a car accident, I had a heart attack, which led to them putting a stent in. Eventually, they removed 9 veins from my leg and performed open heart surgery. This has all started with the devastation of losing my son. The removal of the veins has caused issues for me with work and walking. My job consists of mostly standing, which is very hard for me to do. I was left with taking care of his financials and his belongings, along with my daughter, and just going through his stuff was depressing. Depressing enough to know I would never be able to see his face again. To be able to explain to you what it has done to me and my family, there is no words. To have to answer the door to a police officer telling you your son is dead, and now to hear his killer might be able to walk free after just a short time, there are no words for me to explain how it has affected me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last statement, one more, I have
Okay.
from the mother of the victim. I am Anthony Johnson's mother. My son and his best friend Frank died on the way home from work on January 8th, 2018. My life as I knew it had never been the same since that day. After many years, my family was finally getting back together. Anthony finally found his way back to us. He had cleaned up his life, gotten a job, his own apartment, and his life was starting to get back on track after years of ups and downs. We celebrated his 40th birthday together as a family, and it was the happiest day for me. After that January night, it all changed for me. I became and still am very depressed. There are many days I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to spend time with friends or family. I just seclude myself from the world. My daughter usually forces me out of my apartment to interact with everyone. She bought me a dog, so I would be forced to have to get up and out of bed every day. I cannot explain to you what grief feels like, because if you haven't lost a child, which I hope you never do, you will not understand what it has done to me and my family. Every day is a new challenge just to be able to get out of bed and face the world. I really hope that this gentleman that did this to my family serves his full time. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Okay, Mr. Gamad, we are going to deliberate now and give you our decision. Ms. Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to thank the victims as well for providing those statements. What they've gone through is a nightmare, and we feel for them. So this is a difficult case because two innocent people did lose their life in a very sudden, violent, unnecessary manner. And it was due to Mr. Demond's poor decisions, and negligence, as you said. Thank you. Our task today is looking at who he is today and his suitability to serve some of the portion of his sentence in the community, to see how he's doing and to see what progress he has made, and if we feel he's a continued threat. He has been in since April 2018. He has not acquired any disciplinary reports. He scores as a low risk to reoffend in the measures that we use. He does seem to recognize the seriousness of his addiction and has engaged in numerous addiction services programs and became a leader in several. It really seems as though this horrible tragedy hopefully has led to his wake up and his realization and his commitment to sticking with his attempts at sobriety. He has a sponsor in the community through family and job prospects. So I am in favor today of granting discretionary parole so that he can continue his work and under the watchful eye of parole officer, where as soon as there's any sign of risk, they can bring him back in. So hopefully, so nothing happens again in the future.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Keys. Mr. Scott, yes.
Madam Chair, I agree with Ms. Keys. I'll just add something she didn't mention is that, went through his evaluations for his work and his mentoring, and they're all excellent evaluations on his behavior while incarcerated. It's really the only thing I wanted to add, and I agree with her assessment.
Thank you. And just so that you know, Mr. DeMond, there is no CCAR in Stanford. There, the closest one is in Bridgeport. So while I can truly appreciate all the work that Mr. DeMond has done, he has a tremendous amount of family support. He clearly is not the same person who entered into the prison. I think he hit the ground running. He did not do well at all on probation, at all. And I resented the fact that he tried to play it down that, wait, was this the guy who, saying, I wrote down some of the stuff that he was doing on probation. I thought that he said that he wasn't testing dirty for anything. And the only reason why, it was another offender. Yeah, okay. So I apologize and I recant that statement, but so he violated his probation, but again, I will say that he's not the same person that entered into the facility. So I too would support discretionary parole today. He does have 5 years of special parole to follow a sentence. I have no alcohol consumption, no driving, and no victim's family. Is there anything else? Or is there something that I said that you disagree with?
I have the same station. Something else for me to add.
I had mental health evaluation and treatment. I believe the judge had suggested do not operate a motor vehicle and evaluation and treatment for substance abuse and mental health.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to stick him to that condition. I think that he has expressed the need himself sitting here today, so he has to advocate for himself and try to get that result or that addressed. So with regard to Anthony DeMond, 341904, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after your earliest eligibility date, which is October 16th, 2026, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions that will also apply to your 5 years of special parole. You are to consume no alcoholic beverages. You are not to operate a motor vehicle without the express permission of your parole officer, and you're to have no contact with the surviving victim's family. I don't think you know them, but they don't, they try to avoid them. I have FP as of one victim, FP is the third, and AJ is the other, but the victims, the people's name I have are JP and LL as the registered victims. So those are the conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. DeMond, you'll receive all of this in writing, sir. We wish you the best. We will suggest that you use your parole officer as a resource. They are there to help you. Yes, they are also there to hold you accountable, but you also need to, if you find yourself veering to the left and, deviating from this positive path, then you really need to ask for help. Good luck to you. We really do appreciate the family for submitting their statements and, again, express our condolences for their loss. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Anthony Damon, 341-904. You're all set, sir. You're good. I'll get paperwork next week.
Thank you.
Well done. So we'll raise the evening.
So young Howard, please.
Howard?
Yes.
Howard. Okay. I'll
Thank
get him
you.
up here. Yep.
All right, thank you.
All right, so he just went to the chow hall, so as soon as he gets out of that, he'll come up.
So is there do you have anybody else up?
I don't know who else you're gonna call in order, so no, not yet. They're going through chow right now.
Okay, okay, but there's no other offenders up right now though, Young, right?
Nope.
No, okay,
So
Okay.
wait for Howard, he'll be up. All right?
all right, thank you.
Night, close it. All right, I got Howard here, but I don't know who you guys are gonna want next. She gave me a list, but not in order.
Yes, Howard is, fine. Thank you so much.
Okay, who do you want after Howard? I can have him up and ready.
We'll talk after. Let's see, Carrasquillo,
Carrasquillo? Okay, I'll get him up here next then.
you want me to give you all the names or?
That'd be great, yeah, because she gave me a list, but they're not in order.
Okay, so Carrasquillo,
Yep,
and then Easley,
and Easley, yep.
Gallimore,
Gallimore, yep.
Pertiller,
Tiller, number 8. Mm-hmm.
Peter Bark,
Peter Bark is number 9, and Skirbo
and then
must be the
Skirbo.
last.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, all right. Good afternoon, Mr. Howard.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Robert Sazowskis.
Elaine Keys.
It's
Good
acting.
morning. How you doing?
Also in attendance is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams and the board staff psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jason Howard, 299-390.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jason Howard, 299-390. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 6 years, 8 months, followed by 5 years probation for risk of injury to a child. Based on what he pled guilty to, he is not required to register as a sex offender. However, probation has the authority to impose sex offender conditions of probation. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 14, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the short track sex offender program, Voices, and Alternatives to Violence workshop. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Howard, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, I have a letter. Do you mind if I read my letter?
Please, thank you.
All right.
All right, well, I just want to apologize to the victim for losing my cool and striking the victim. I was wrong. If I can go back and do it over, I would practice more patience. I am truly sorry for putting the victim and the victim's family through all this stress. I want to apologize to my family for putting them through this stress. I am truly sorry. My programs has helped me understand the ripple effect my actions has caused in a negative way, and I am truly sorry. My programs has enlightened me with ways to resolve issues using nonviolence by putting myself in other people's shoes and caring for others. Thinking before I act, practicing patience. These are ways of transforming powers. I also learned from my programs, iMessaging, which is using a defensive way of communication to diffuse an issue that could lead to an argument. Being incarcerated around so many different personalities has really helped me increase my level of patience. During my time of incarceration, I tried to learn something new every day by listening to podcasts and reading educational programs, books that can help me grow mentally. If approved parole, I plan on going back to driving trucks. I have job offers lined up. My long-term goal is to reopen my trucking company and build it to a nice size fleet. During my time of incarceration, my programs in self-education has transformed me into a better overall person. My life goal is to never come back to prison ever again. I have a very strong family support. They won't let me fail, and I refuse to fail them. My family has been by my side my whole time being incarcerated. I owe it to them and to myself to be better and also to do better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard, for preparing that statement. We have reviewed your file thoroughly. We've also received a number of letters of support on your behalf from your friends and family. We still do have some questions for you, and each of us will take turns and asking the questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate for input from our victim, and then we will deliberate and give you our decision. Okay? That's
All right, thank you.
Mr. Sazowskis will start with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Howard.
Good afternoon. How you doing today?
Good. Can you tell us what you've learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you. Can you repeat that?
Sure. Can you tell me what you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
I learned I could put anything is possible as long as I put my mind to it. That's one thing I have learned. I have learned a lot about myself. I have learned that, if I really try and focus, I can learn how to overcome. And one of my issues was anger. So one thing I have learned is patience.
Okay. I heard in your opening statement an apology for striking the victim, and I appreciate you stating that without being prompted. Do you still maintain your innocence in regards to the sexual assault of the victim?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you completed the Voices program. Can you tell us some of the things that you've learned there?
Oh yeah, Voices was really a good program. It shows you alternative ways to really handle certain situations, and remorse, to put myself in other people's shoes. So this way, I can look at things from a different point of view.
Okay. How do you think your actions have affected the victim?
In a negative way. I know that she's probably stressing, and her family as well is going through it. And all that I can say is I really do apologize. If I could do it over, trust me, I really would do it in a whole different way and just practice more patience and just be more settled.
Okay, you also completed the short track sex offender program. Can you tell us some of the things that you learned there that can help you when you're released?
Yes, just being aware of my surroundings, being aware of situations, and really just thinking before I act, and really just staying open-minded to really what's really going on.
How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I think personally, patience. I think really, I think just being remorseful, towards others, being forgiven as well towards others, and just looking at life in general, just from a different point of view.
If you're granted parole, it's likely you're going to be required to complete the sex offender behavior management treatment program in the community. Are you willing to participate in that programming?
Yes, I have no problem with that.
I heard you talk about several offers of employment in your opening statement. Can you talk a little bit more about that? How does that
Yes,
come about?
yes, I have a CDL Class A. So for me to find work, it won't be hard. It's a shortage right now for drivers. I think they need over 1 million drivers right now. So I just really have to take my physical, so this way I can renew it. And once I renew it, I have job offers around certain halfway houses. And being incarcerated, us inmates, we pretty much talk to each other. So I have a lot of good leads on good jobs. And yeah, they really point me in the right direction.
Have you spoken to any of these people from any of these companies?
Yes, I mean, not directly, but just people who work with them.
Okay. And you want to go to a halfway house?
Yes, that's correct.
And I saw a note that you want to participate in therapy when you're out. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, everything I have been involved with or going through while incarcerated. I don't know how deep y'all really want me to go, but I'll just scratch the surface. I've been through a lot psychologically, emotionally, and one thing I do need is somebody really to talk to, sit down, and get a lot of stuff that has been going on off my chest.
I think that's a smart idea for you to do,
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for answering my questions, sir. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kazowski. Ms. Hughes?
Did you read the victim impact statement in the PSI?
The victim impact, I don't think I have that information. I have the court transcripts and then the police report.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Howard, we're going to turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate. We ask that you please be respectful of the victim as their statement is read or whatever they have for us to listen to. And then when they're done, we will deliberate. Good afternoon, Mrs. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a statement from the mother of the victim as well as the victim herself.
Okay.
One moment. And bear with me as I omit the name of the victim as I read.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. I am the mother of the victim who was assaulted by the inmate of this parole hearing in 2019. And although he has never taken accountability for it in any way, shape, or form, I have seen the damage it has caused firsthand. The victim has struggled with PTSD and anxiety for all the years following the assault. She has spent her time, money, and energy on different therapies and has missed opportunities due to her anxiety. I could list many ways in which this event has changed her, but she continues to do the work to be better and healthier, not in spite of what happened, but despite what happened. It is in my opinion that this inmate be denied parole. He was given a relatively short time in prison. Considering the crime, he should be left to serve every last day minute, and second of his sentencing time in jail. While he is incarcerated, the victim has a small sliver of peace of mind, and she deserves to hold on to that for the entire duration of his time. I ask the board to please consider the victim in this hearing and do the right thing by denying this parole. Thank you for your time in hearing my plea. To the members of the parole board, I am writing this statement as the daughter and victim of Jason Howard to strongly oppose his release on parole. I ask that you deny his request and require him to serve every remaining day of his sentence. The crime committed against me was not just a violation of the law. It was a profound betrayal of the ultimate bond of trust that should exist between a father and his child. The trauma of sexual abuse does not end when the abuse stops, nor does it fade when a sentence is handed down. It is a life sentence that I have had to carry. It has impacted my sense of safety, my relationships, and my mental well-being in ways that I have had to fight to overcome every single day. When Jason was sentenced, the plea deal he received was an absolute blessing of leniency, one he did not deserve. It was a gift of mercy that he never extended to me. For him to now ask for more leniency by requesting an early release is an insult to justice and to my ongoing healing. He has not earned the right to return to society early. The only way to ensure true accountability and to provide me with the continued peace of mind and safety I deserve is for him to serve every last bit of the time he was given. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and for your commitment to protecting victims. Sincerely, a survivor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams, and thank you to the victims for taking time out to provide us with statements of how this Mr. Howard's crimes have impacted their lives. At this time, sir, we are going to deliberate. Give us a few minutes and we'll give you our decision. Mr. Sadowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank the victims for their courage to come forward and provide those important statements for us to consider. So Mr. Howard is here for this single charge of risk of injury to a child. Maintains his innocence in regards to the sexual offense that's related to this. He does acknowledge and apologize for physically assaulting the victim. It's low for risk to recidivate. Overall risk and it's a static 99 score to recidivate for a sexual offense. They're both low. It's a sex offender program, the Voices program, as the violence workshop. Received on 12 disciplinary reports. Spent a couple of years, and a lot of those have to do with refusing housing. You can see what these types of crimes sometimes. On the wait list for the New Thoughts program, I believe. He's got several letters of support from family members, sister, brother, aunt, mother, cousin. His plan is to go to a halfway house. He has a CDL. He has to renew the medical. Plans to work in the trucking business, follow up on some leads. And he wants to seek therapy. Sounds pretty good to me. He has done the programming that I'd like him to do. I am concerned about not being able to acknowledge and apologize for the sexual part of this. He has done lots of programming. I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say, and we can go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Sadowski. So, Mr. Howard does not, well, aside from the ticket that he received in June 2023 for an assault, I don't see any other violence than displayed in his institutional record. He his evaluations indicate that some of his risks would be his inability to recognize that he needs treatment. And when you asked him about doing the treatment in the community, he said that he would participate. I understand that Mr. Howard is in the process of appealing this case because he has declared and maintained his innocence since day one. Fortunate for him, that's not our job here today to determine his innocence or guilt. In terms of suitability, Mr. Howard has completed the programs that we would have liked him to complete. He has a viable release plan. And he is absolutely right in his this discussion with you about his employment and their needing drivers to be out in the community. He's done in 2028, and he does have 5 years of probation to follow his sentence, so he will receive some supervision. I did not have a decision written out today, but after hearing from Mr. Howard and the victim and their concerns, and victim, by the way, has a protective order until 2074. So Mr. Howard would really be crazy to even try to interact with this victim. So she is protected that way. I would be in support of discretionary parole today. I believe that he has demonstrated evidence of offender change. The tickets he has not received in almost 2 years. Well, not be 2 years until October, but they aren't violent in nature. So I think that he has a viable plan. He's amenable to the treatment, and he's going to have to do the treatment. So, and they will, through lie detector tests or whatever the case may be, decide whether or not he's telling the truth. So I would support discretionary parole.
I agree.
I'll vote in the minority. I don't see evidence of offender change.
Okay. Well, can you tell me, I'm not challenging your decision by any chance. I just point out what you believe, because he's not accepting responsibility.
Yeah, and I know we're not here to, he did accept the plea, so he was convicted of this crime, and he has taken the programs, the short track sex offender and voices, both should produce greater insight and understanding and true remorse, and I just don't see it. So, and so I would be concerned with completing the community program, which I know would just be a violation, and then he'd come back in, but I don't see evidence of offender change.
All right, thank you for humoring. I really did want to hear. I know Mr. Sadauskas was on the fence.
Yeah.
So,
But I am in favor of granting his discretionary parole today.
very difficult. It was a difficult one.
I wanted to hear my decision.
So for conditions, I have halfway house, he got for that, no contact with the victim, no minors, problems such as behavior treatment and mental health evaluation and treatment.
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
All right, so with regard to Jason Gilead Howard 299390, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, June 26, 2026, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. You'll have no contact with minors, no contact with your victim, initials JG. Mental health evaluation, participate in mental health evaluation and receive treatment as deemed necessary, and also problem such as behavior treatment in the community and halfway health placement. Did I say everything?
Yes.
One thing I was wondering about with DV, because he does admit striking her, but that's if we have mental health and emergent problem sexual behavior.
Well, DV would be an intimate partner.
Yeah, they don't use it for other family members.
No problem. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All right. So, Mr. Howard, you were granted parole on today's date, on or after today's date. I don't know when they'll release you. They have to find a halfway house for you, so that'll take a little time. And you heard the conditions. You'll receive all of this in writing shortly. This is a majority decision. These trees are not going to be suitable today. So you really need to go out and do your best to be, refrain from any other criminal activity. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
So I just want to say thank you very much, and I won't let y'all down. Thank you.
This concludes the parole hearing for Jason Howard, 299-390. You'll get all your paperwork next week, Mr. Howard. You're all set.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to ask. Are you all taking a lunch break? Are you ready for the next one?
No, ready for the next one. Karen Steele. We're just gonna power through all the rest of them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think I'm thinking, I got it. They're thinking right now. You're thinking of power for. We get it. Oh, look,
Quite the delay.
that's okay. For the token. Everybody okay? When you get in, just close the door, okay? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Karen Steele.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon. I'm panel member Barry.
Robert Sazowskis.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is David Carrasquillo, inmate number 424120.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for David Carrasquillo, 424120. He is serving a sentence of 30 months flat for possession with intent to sell or dispense a narcotic, and he has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is manslaughter second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 23rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he is currently participating in Tier 2, which ends on July 2nd, 2026. And he will be participating in SCRIP with an anticipated completion date of September 23rd, 2026. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Carrasquillo, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you for seeing me. To the honorable members of the parole board, I'm here ready to express my sincere remorse for the decisions and actions that brought me here. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about the loss of my brother, and I will forever and always carry the guilt and pain of what happened for the rest of my life. I understand that because of my actions, a son has to grow up without a father, and a family lost a brother as well as an uncle. But most importantly, a mom has lost 2 sons. No matter what I say or do, won't take away the harm that I've caused or the pain that they will have to endure with the rest of their lives. When given the opportunity to rejoin society on probation, I failed to fully live up to the responsibilities and expectations that came with the chance. And when faced with certain roadblocks in life, I chose the easy way out and started selling drugs as well as using them. Not only do I understand that I was hurting myself, but I was hurting the people that believed in me. Most importantly, I was hurting my community. I take full responsibility and blame no one other than myself. Looking back, I recognize that I was being a coward, and in no way, shape, or form taking an initiative to making the decisions that someone committed to a successful life should have been making. Since being incarcerated, I spent a great deal of time reflecting on my life, my actions, and on my selfish ways, and the impact that they have had on others. I've also been working on becoming more mature, more accountable, and more honest with myself as well as others. I have learned that accepting responsibilities means more than just saying I'm sorry. It means becoming a man and changing my thought process, as well as behavior, and proving it through my actions, not just words. I know that trust must be earned and is not freely given. If approved for parole, I intend to follow all parole conditions and guidelines, as well as maintain employment, as well as continue deposit programs when available. I would also like to enroll into school for agriculture and surround myself with people who encourage a positive, productive, and law-abiding lifestyles. I am wholly prepared to prove myself through my actions, not just words. Having learned different lessons from my mistakes, I'm committed to applying these lessons every day moving forward, regardless of being accepted or denied for parole. I just want to be a man that contributes to his community instead of being a part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carrasquillo, for that statement. We appreciate you taking the time out to write it. Thank you for expressing your words for your actions and providing us with some of your relapse prevention plan and your release plan. So we're going to ask you questions. I will start with the questions, and when we're done, we'll deliberate and give you all a decision to that. Okay? Thank you. So I'll first start off by acknowledging that when you committed your crime, you were very young. How old were you when you killed your brother? 17. And you said in your opening statement that you will forever carry the guilt and shame. At some point, and I mean, I'm not trying to minimize any of your actions or your behaviors, but there's absolutely nothing that you can do to take back what has already happened. Expressing your remorse and accepting responsibility is a step towards the healing process. You know, as long as you hold that guilt and shame, your addiction to illegal substances is going to continue to have power over your life. You have to forgive yourself. You really have to. I mean, it was a poor decision, yes, but you have to forgive yourself. Do something to honor your brother. You know, you can't walk around with that weight. You can't bring him back. You know, you just can't. It's sad. But let's talk about why you're here. You were out on probation. You were selling drugs and using the drugs. I heard you say that you were cowardly and you were making decisions based on your inability to cope with this loss. So I'm hoping that you've developed some kind of plan, not just for your substance abuse, but for dealing with the loss of your brother. How do you, when you're out in the community, I think it'll be a little more real. Do you have a plan for dealing when that the guilt or shame arises? Do you have a plan in place? Because it will, but you have to be stronger. You're 26, your brain's fully developed now, you understand the consequences for your actions. You have to have something in place for that. Do you tend to do mental health treatment?
No. I was part of the TRUE program, and I reached out in this incarceration towards the mentors of the TRUE program that gave back a lot of time. And they're fully prepared to help me in mental health, or if I need someone to talk to. I think that played the biggest part of me going home prior, was that I felt like I didn't have no one to talk to, and I kept everything bottled up, which caused into the relapse.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying you have to let go of that guilt. But not only that, I think as men, and I'm a woman, so, but I mean, I just noticed the trend that you all feel like being vulnerable is emasculating. Do you know what those words mean? Because but I see strength in that, saying that, I need help. It is a sign that of maturity, in my opinion, because everybody needs help at some point in time, So who do you have for support in the community? I heard you talk about the TRUE mentors.
So, my father, sisters, I have a godfather out of Hartford, but I think the main people that could understand where I'm coming from is the mentors, because I've lived with them, I've dealt with the same type of problems that they've dealt with, even though a lot of us have different crimes, but I feel like they get me more.
Yeah, I'm sure, because it's lived experience, so I understand that. But I think that I'm just concerned that you're on this vicious cycle. You're emotional now just by me just speaking to you about it. So I really am hoping that you mean what you say. You haven't received any disciplinary infractions in a year now. The last one was for theft. There was no other violence in your history aside from the fight 2 years ago. And you weren't doing well on probation. So I really do hope that you are prepared, if you're granted parole here today, to be able to speak to your parole officer, that will be another person, another resource, another ally for you to have out in the community, so that you can utilize them for help, because that's really what they're there for. Can't get it though if you don't ask for it. We ever heard that saying, closed mouths don't get fed?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, if you really want to change, if you really want to be successful out in the community, you have to embrace all that help that's out there for you. And there's lots. There's more help out there for people in your situation than it is for me. So you should really take advantage of it. I appreciate your efforts towards rehabilitation. You're serving a flat sentence, and I think that you would benefit from some parole supervision because you need the help, honestly. Okay. I think that's all I have for questions. Ms. Keys?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Couches?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Carrasquillo, I think that I've told you where I am in terms of my decision. So let me see what my colleagues think about your early release. Ms. Keys?
So I think Mr. Carrasquillo would benefit from parole supervision. As you mentioned, it's a flat sentence. I think the grief and guilt over the split-second decision of what happened with his brother is leading to a lot of this. I hope he actually seeks grief counseling or does connect with a counselor. I think having true mentors in addition to counseling would be really helpful for him, but that has to be determined in the community. So I am in favor today. Okay. I wouldn't want to do pending completion of
Well, he's going to be done with it by July 2nd. So I think that by the time they find a halfway house for him, he'll be, yeah.
Oh, I thought it's like the 16th.
No, she said July 2nd, right?
Oh, yesterday. Okay.
Okay, that's next Wednesday.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the 16th too, but she just said on the
record. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Mr. Sadowski, your position?
I agree with both of what you said. There's about 8 months left here. It looks like I think this would be best served with him transitioning to the community. So.
I have mental health evaluation and treatment. I have no co-defendants, Juan Cruz or William Perales, and a halfway house. Anything else?
Is there some mention of alcohol involved in this? Or no?
I didn't see any alcohol. I just say cocaine, fentanyl, and marijuana.
It's fine.
Did you see any? I mean, I could have overlooked it.
I did not make a note of no alcohol. The night of the last time he drank was the night of the manslaughter.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why you thought, but that is a long time ago. But,
Yeah.
and if you then relapse with drugs but not alcohol, then, I mean, I'm going.
I think that's what it was. I read that he was drinking on the night of.
Yeah.
But then his drugs of choice are fentanyl, cocaine, according to him. So, I mean, we can use it as a graduated sanction, or they can, because we're not supervising him, but
In the halfway house, he's not gonna,
be able to, yeah.
not gonna drink in.
Right.
That's
So with regard to David Carasquillo 424120, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, 6/26/26, with the following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions. You are to have no contact with your co-defendants, while includes William Perales. You'll participate in a mental health evaluation and receive treatment as deemed necessary, and you'll be released to a halfway house for residential places. Is there a second?
Okay.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Carasquillo, congratulations, you've been voted to parole. We wish you all the best. The mental health evaluation is for you. If you feel comfortable with receiving that treatment and think that you don't need the treatment, it will be up to them and to you. You have to say as well. But we think that it would be beneficial for you. All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
This concludes the parole hearing for David Carasquillo 424120.
Call Hibbert now, please. Got. You ready? Can you go to that? It's gonna be like, so. You know, hey, well, it's a shame. Can't handle this. Here. It's fine, they could just wait out here. Oh, so you just put them right there. So you shouldn't have any more legal stuff. And most of it too, I'm gonna put them all here. So we put them separate.
Right, I have a pair on me. What do you use to take? I think 5, I think. Yeah. Is number 5. We have 5. Oh, shit, really? The first, second guess is more. There you go, man. There you go. It's the process of me.
He's lit. Right to that door. Give one. Room number 3. Put on the beer, man. All right, let's go. Okay. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Easley.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Robert Sazowskis.
Haley Keys, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Riyadh Easley, 451-550.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Riyadh Easley, 451-550. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after serving 42 months, followed by 3 years probation for possession with intent to sell or dispense a narcotic and criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September. Just 2 dates here. Why do I have 2 dates? Sorry. October 3rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed. It shows he has completed new thoughts. He participates in CLIC, and he is participating in Tier 2, and it is ending on July 2nd, 2026. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Easley, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hey, how you doing? We finished Tier 2 yesterday, and I feel like during my time during incarceration, I matured a lot, and I took this time to reflect and just be a better person. I fell in love with reading. I read a lot. I work out, and I also see that working out is no different in life. It's no shortcut. You can't get anywhere. Shortcuts just don't get you nowhere in life. You just gotta work hard and just be an adult. And I was selfish. I ended up hurting my family more than I was helping them. I left my daughters out there. I left my grandmother alone, and I'm just mature now, and I'm just ready to apply what I learned in programs.
Okay.
To life.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Easley. We have reviewed your file and we have some questions for you. So each of us will take turns asking questions. When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision, okay? Best of luck to you. Ms. Keys will start.
Thank you. Thank you for your opening statement. Can I ask you to expand on, you said I'm ready to apply what I learned in programs to my life. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Well, in New Thoughts, Miss Collins taught us about perspective, and I had a gun because I was around the wrong people, but really the world is a beautiful place, and there's a lot of great people and beautiful people in the world, and I just want to experience that. And Rex used to ask us a lot in Tier 2, like, how has our time changed? Like, our relationship with time changed during our incarceration. And I realized that life is short, and we only got one chance to, you know, do things right and just do it the right way and just be a law-abiding citizen. Like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all.
I was happy to hear that you realized by trying to take a shortcut that you ended up hurting your family more than you helped them. I'm glad that you're seeing that the long road, that even though it's not quick money, but if you stayed a legal job and were able to earn money, your family would be better off in the long run, and certainly you'd be better off too. I wanted to ask, after completing a substance abuse treatment program following the passing of your brother, and I'm sorry for the losses you've experienced, but then you did also then lose your uncle, which you had said contributed to your relapse. Did you consider trying to return to treatment after the passing of your uncle, since you had already successfully completed, or why didn't you? You didn't.
No, I never thought about doing any rehabilitation, but you know, I wouldn't mind taking NA classes and stay off. But I think I just got caught. I was just in a dark spot. Life was just dark. Life was just real dark, and I just couldn't handle the losses. But you know, I believe in God, and I think God, you know, set me down to just take a time and reflect. And I feel a lot better than ever now. I feel good, but I have no problem attending NA meetings or anything.
What about counseling, grief counseling, or anything to help you?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind grief counseling. That'll probably help me a lot, because I never really talked to nobody about anything. So I wouldn't mind doing grief counseling.
And there's some groups too, some grief groups where it's loved ones that have lost somebody, and so you'd want to find what works best for you, what you're most comfortable with, but and where you are in your healing and grief process. But that might be helpful for you too, just if you think the source of the use was unmanaged grief. So you talked about ways you think you've changed during the sentence, being maturing and realizing that time, you know, looking at time differently. What is your relapse prevention plan now?
Going to the gym and working out. I learned about it's healthy. It's healthy addictions too. Like, you know, I heard that like drugs release, you get endorphins, but I learned that working out also releases the same thing. And I just enjoy working out. I love doing burpees. I like the feeling I get after having a good workout. It's amazing.
Never met a person who loves doing burpees.
I know. I'm impressed. Yeah, that's good.
Let's have good knees.
I was saying myself, yeah, burpees are tough. So we're impressed that you like doing burpees. That's all. What's the rest of your relapse prevention plan? You said you thought you could work where your brother is the manager.
Yes, ma'am, at Bazzuto's. He works at Bazzuto's, and I'm also going to apply for the Trader Joe warehouse. And I wouldn't mind driving trucks for Amazon.
Okay. You did not acquire any disciplinary reports during this sentence, which is good. And you did complete New Thoughts and Tier 2, and you said you completed People Empowering People. And then you're participating in Click still. Who are you participating with?
With this guy named Aaron. He comes in every Wednesday afternoon.
Okay. Yep. And you have, let's see, you have 3 kids, but the one is quite young. So you're participating in Click with your 2 oldest, or with one? Yeah.
This is my 2 oldest.
You had talked about the impact your incarceration had on your kids. Did part of that recognition come from the Click program?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Click helped me a lot. And then them acting out a little bit, and their mother's telling me about it. And so, but Click helped me learn, because at first, you know, kids are kids, and they don't want. I learned that don't get mad when they don't want to talk on the phone. They might be our kids, but they're little people. They're their own human. So, and I used to kind of get upset when they didn't want to talk, but now I just found out
like asked them how they doing today. I asked my oldest daughter. I asked her three things you learned today, and she looks forward to answering that for me. And we building a great relationship, and she just always asks me, Dad, you think you be home for my birthday? And I just tell I tell her I don't know.
That's
So,
great. I like that.
yeah.
It sounds like you're listening to your kids. Your kids can talk to you, and that you're open to learning that it's okay if they don't want to talk on the phone that day. That doesn't mean they don't love you, and it's just their kids and they have their own interests and things. So that's good. All right, I actually don't have any other questions. I'll pass it off to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Keys. Mr. Stafford?
I don't have any other questions. I think you shared a lot of insight. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Easley, give us a few minutes to talk about your case. We'll give you our decision shortly. You can listen, just don't interrupt, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, Ms. Keys.
Thank you. I think Mr. Easley sounds good. He's here for drug sales essentially, and he only had one prior from 2018, for which he only received probation, which he completed successfully in 2021. There's no violence in his history. As I said before, he didn't earn any disciplinary reports. He's completed New Thoughts Tier 2, People Empowering People. He's in CLIC, and he really sounds like he's doing well. And I'm in favor of granting today. I had halfway house placement if needed and mental health evaluation treatment if necessary. See, I don't know, his mental health score is 1 though, so I don't know if we want to not do that. We can leave
I
that
just had standard conditions, and I did add the halfway house just because the grandma was not confirmed.
No, I did.
Okay.
I had talked to my girl. She told me that she missed Miss Logan's. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
No,
We're
she
just
told
looking
me
it up.
she told me she missed Miss Logan's phone call and that she called her back and left her voicemail. She told me she left her voice.
I did speak with her.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, great. So we can take that out. Okay. All right, so standard.
All right, so with regard to Rahad Beasley, 451-550, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after his earliest eligibility date, October 3rd, 2026, with the standard parole conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Easley, you'll receive this in writing shortly. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, I got a question. I got on my time sheet I got that the counselor gave me is for September 30th.
That's what I have too, but the officer gave that date. And so it's an on or after date, on or after.
Okay.
So, good luck to you,
Okay.
sir.
All right, thank you. All right, have a good day.
You too.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Born ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gallimore.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names, the following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Robert Sazowskis.
Aileen Keys.
Good afternoon.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kent Gallimore, 445208.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kenzie Gallimore, 445208. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after serving 6 years, followed by 5 years probation for failure to appear first, larceny first, property valued more than $20,000, and larceny fourth. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 24th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Inside Out Dad, New Thoughts, Tier 2. He participates in CLIP. He's completed Alternatives to Violence, Basic and Advanced, People Empowering People, and he works in laundry. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Gallimore, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Oh, that was quick. Good afternoon again. My name is Kent Gallimore. I write this letter to whomever to see if I could get grant parole. I'm writing this letter with a deep humility and sincere regret for my actions that lead to my incarceration. I fully accept responsibility to the harm I caused and the pain I brought upon others, including my family, my community, and myself. There is no excuse for my behavior, and I do not seek to shift the blame. Instead, I wanted to express my deep apology and share with you the personal growth I have experienced during my time in custody. These past years have been a time of reflection and accountability and personally growth during my incarceration. I have taken advantage of every opportunity to better myself and prepare for a success to return to society. I successfully complete this program that Ms. Logan already mentioned, People Empower People program, Tier 2 Substance Abuse Treatment program, AVP Alfred, AVP Alternative to Violence Project, Basic and Advanced Workshop, the New Thoughts program, Inside Out Dad program, and the CLIck program. These programs have helped me to develop a better decision-making skills, improving my community, my communication, address negative thinking, pattern, strength, family relationship, and gain a deeper understanding of accountability and personal responsibility. In addition of completing this program, I've maintained a work assignment as a day room worker from August 2024 till present. In this role, I sweep and mop the floor, I take out the trash, and I clean the bathroom sink, and I assist with laundry duty. Throughout this work assignment, I have demonstrated a responsibility and a strong work ethic while contributing positively to the facility. My time in custody has allowed me to reflect on my choices that brought me here and the impact of those and others. I have learned to confront my mistake honestly and accept my responsibility for my action. I have worked hard to become a better man, not only for myself, but for also others. My family, my friends, and my community, and those who once looked up to me. If I granted parole, I'm committed to live a law-abiding, productive, and responsible life. I understand that reintegration into society will be a challenge, but I'm prepared to face those challenges with determination. And I'm fortunate to have a strong support system of family and friends who have remained by my side and prepared to help me to remain accountability and focus on making positive choice. I respectfully ask for your consideration and granting me the opportunity to demonstrate that change have I made Now that change I've made, and I am not the same man who entered the facility. Throughout education, treatment, self-reflection, and have work, I have delivered a greater appreciation for my integrity, responsibility, and improve of making amends. I'm committed to continue my growth and become a positive and productive members of society. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration of my application for parole. I hope to demonstrate through my action that change is real and that I am worthy of the opportunity to continue my journey outside these walls. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gallimore, for providing, writing that statement and preparing for today's hearing. You've covered a tremendous amount of ground. Thanks for expressing remorse, accepting responsibility for your crimes. We agree with your statement that you have a lot of community support. We received 16 letters of support on your behalf. So you do have a lot of community support out there, positive supports, and you have completed a number of positive programs. So those are all positive things. Each of us have reviewed your file extensively, and we have some questions after reviewing the file. Each of us will take turns. When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you all a decision, okay?
Yes,
Do you have any questions?
No, just
All right,
nervous, so just see with me.
Take a deep breath. We may look intimidating, but we're people just like you. So, Mr. Strzelkowski, we'll start with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Gallimore.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Can you tell us what you've learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
A lot of stuff. Learn to control myself, learn to be by myself, learn not to get, because there's a lot of, back there's a lot of stuff that comes your way. You just got to learn to walk away, learn to be by yourself, stay by yourself. So I take all that into consideration and just personal growth on myself to just stay away that I could be by myself.
Okay. I read that part of your reasoning for being involved in this scheme was due to financial problems. How else do you think you could have handled that situation where you wouldn't have been arrested?
Just take it one day at a time and didn't rush it. Just get another job and help out with other stuff, with my bills and other stuff.
Yeah. Get another job, right? Ask family for help. There's a lot of things. You didn't have to get involved in this scheme, you know?
Yes, sir.
Did these other people that were involved in this, did they get arrested?
Not do I know of, sir. It
was only you?
No, that's only me alone got incarcerated. I don't know about the other persons.
Okay. Yeah, because you were on the, kind of on the lower end of this and kind of got, in trouble for all of this.
Yes, sir.
You've completed several programs. Can you tell us, if you remember, what you learned in New Thoughts? Remember the New Thoughts program?
The New Thoughts program, I learned a lot, but the most important thing I learned was when Miss Collins was teaching the program. She said something that really, I sleep on it a lot of times. If I go out one day and I come back and somebody eating something for me, go in my locker, my personal stuff, and eating something for me, what would I do? And that opened my eyes, and I think about it every day. I even said it to Parole Logan, Miss Logan, and it opened my eyes. What would I do? If I would fight, I would get mad, if that's disrespectful, and then you gotta show back there that you're not a punk, and you gotta stand up for yourself. So would you watch that guy eat your stuff, or what would you do? You tell your family you're coming home June, and you got in an incarceration, go to the box, get a ticket. Then your family, what happened now? June, I thought you was coming home. Oh, somebody eat a bag of shebang or Doritos for me, and I had to fight because I don't want nobody to laugh at me and say I'm a punk.
Yeah.
And she said, the best thing you do is just walk away and ask him, next time just ask me, you're hungry, you want a bag of chips, just ask me. If I could provide, I could share it. Split it half and half, half for you and half for me, instead of going my personal stuff and eat it I let everybody laughing at me. Oh, Kenty, that guy punked you, eat your stuff. You a punk. You understand how they got a ticket for just what, 5 seconds of fight?
We see that all the time. People come to our hearings and we hear these stories and it's not worth it, right?
Yes.
I understand, sticking up for yourself and things, but there are other options, like you said, about what happened with stealing, right? Instead of getting involved in it, you could have gotten a second job, could have talked to family, could have called whoever you owed money to, asked them for an extension. There's lots of things you could do. Kind of took the easy way out by getting involved in this scheme to try to make some extra money,
Yes, sir.
So I think walking away and trying to find other ways to deal with situations so it doesn't create more trouble for yourself, that's pretty good insight, things that you learned,
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
By talking to my support system, that next time, as you said, ask for help. And these programs that I go to really helps a lot. The CLIck program, the Inside of Dad program, the People Empower People program, those really helped me a lot to grow up for the past 2 years I've been here.
How is your release plan different from your life circumstances at the time you committed these crimes? How are things going to be different for you when you get out?
It's going to be different because I gotta, as we said, I should ask for help. So everybody is there to support me now. They're having jobs waiting for me, saying when they come out, they're going to help me provide housing, somewhere to stay. I could work like 2 jobs now to get back.
When you started having these financial problems, you didn't ask anyone for help? Just try to take care of it?
No, sir, I didn't.
But these people were there before, right? You had these people in your life before.
Yes, I did, but I didn't want them in my personal business, so I didn't ask them for help.
Could have avoided a lot of this, you know what I mean?
Yes,
All
sir.
the trouble.
Yes, sir.
It just, kind of being vulnerable, let your guard down and just asking maybe your close friends or close family. Not everybody needs to know your business, but maybe your close friends and family. All right, sir. I've read through all of your file. I don't have any other questions. I appreciate you answering my questions. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gallimore, I really don't have any questions for you either, but I will make the statement that you have $133,000 in restitution to also, if you really thought that you owed and had bills prior to your crime, now it's almost like you have a mortgage on a house with that owing that kind of money. So you really, I'm hoping that you can work through this and get it paid quickly, maybe get some help from your friends and family to try to pay down the debt. So do it legally. Ms.
I will,
Key?
ma'am. I will. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gallimore, give us a few minutes to talk about your case, okay? We'll give you our decision shortly. You can listen. Please do not interrupt, Mrs. Sadowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gallimore is here for failure to appear and 2 larceny charges. As you mentioned, he was involved in a scheme of stealing cell phones while he was a delivery person with a group of other people. It was an extensive amount of money, and when they added it all up, it sounds like he was like on the lower end of this. Really didn't receive the benefit of all.
I think we believe the story.
Yeah, well, according to the documents, he received some money, but it doesn't appear that he actually had all of that money. So he's been incarcerated and has not received any disciplinary reports. He's taken a number of programs, as we spoke about, with thoughts, tier 2, had a job, Inside Out Dad, CLIck, a bunch of things. I think he worked in the laundry, it looks like. I saw excellent work evaluations, number of support letters, as we mentioned, from his family and friends. He says that he's changed now. He knows to ask for help when he's having problems instead of trying to take care of these things on his own and end up in trouble like this. Let's take it one day at a time, be patient. He was able to articulate some of the things he learned in the programs. It seems like he's had a positive experience in programming. It seems to help. So I'm in favor of granting his discretionary parole today.
As am I. I would just add to your list of reasons for his to support. This was his only criminal conviction, and he has no other criminal history aside from this. Ms. Keys?
I have nothing else to add. I'm in favor.
I have standard parole conditions. Do you have anything else?
That's all I have.
With regard to Kente Gallimore, 445208, I need to grant discretionary parole on or after your earliest eligibility date. We have October 24th, 2026, with standard parole conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Gallimore, congratulations. You've been voted to parole. We wish you the very best. You'll get all of this in writing. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks.
Parole hearing for Kinsey Gallimore, 520. You're all set, Mr. Gallimore. You're getting all your
Thank you.
paperwork next week.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Welcome.
You're welcome.
Hey. All you gotta do is sit down. When you leave, just open the door, go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Patiller.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, panel member Barry.
Robert Sisowskis.
Eileen Keith.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Trent Patilla, 316028.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Trent Patiller, 316028. He is serving a sentence of 30 months, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon, and escape first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 17, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed new thoughts. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Patiller, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I wrote something. I said, I've changed my attitude, my outlook on life. I was a grown child, meaning I was grown in age, but in my mind, I was a child. I've repaired my family since I've been in here and would like the chance to show my family I can be the person I need to be, and they want me to be. I have support, and I have 2 jobs. Soon as I am released, I'm willing to do any programs on the outside to continue to help me reach my goals. Given a chance, I will not let you or my daughter and my family, and most importantly, myself down. I know I've had some setbacks in here as well, and I understand that they weren't the right choices, but I can't change what was done. But I can change my choices and my decisions moving forward. So I take full responsibility for my actions. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Patiller, for preparing that statement, and I am happy to hear that you accept responsibility for your actions and that you really do want to change who you were and become a better person. That's our aspirations for you as well. We have reviewed your file thoroughly, and after doing so, we have some questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Do you have any questions?
Oh, thank you. All right.
All right, I'm going to start with the questions. So I can appreciate your desire to change. What do you think you've done since you've been in the prison to demonstrate evidence of your change?
Say it again, please.
What do you think you've done in the prison that would demonstrate evidence of this change that you said that you desire?
Well, other than being moved around, I signed up for numerous programs, but I was on a waiting list. The program that I had done was New Thoughts, and that made me just think about basically making me try to make better choices than the ones I was making. And that helped me a lot. Like I kept resorting to the same thing over and over again. It just taught me like this, how to have a different mindset with certain situations that I was making. And I know I was making bad choices out there. It just happened like a better.
Yeah, you were. I mean, they gave you an opportunity to go out into the community under community release through DOC, right?
Yes, and once
you
again,
escaped. What happened?
yes, I got into an altercation with one of the staff members, well, a disagreement. And like I said, if I could have made a choice, and I chose the wrong choice. Once I heard he was saying I was gonna go back and be back incarcerated, it just felt like everything that I was doing, I worked for nothing. And like I said, I made that choice to leave, and I could have made a different choice.
What could you have done?
I could have stayed and dealt with the consequences. And
So you thought that just because you had an argument with one of the staff workers that you were going to be returned to prison?
No, ma'am. He told me I was going back to jail.
Why did he tell you that?
Because of the altercation we had. We was arguing back and forth. It got heated, and he said he was calling the state troopers on me. And in my experience, say it again.
Did you threaten him or the person while you were having the heated altercation?
Yes, ma'am. We was going back and forth. And like I said, if I would have made a better choice to stay there, I probably would have had a better outcome. But I chose to leave because I was nervous. I really didn't know what was going to happen.
And then that made you get an additional charge. So you got 6 months for the escape.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just reviewing your criminal history. So when you were out on community release, you acquired a firearm. Why did you do that?
Once again, I went back. There's no excuse for my actions. I went back to what I knew. I felt like
you reverted to your old ways.
My old ways, yes. And I felt like my back was against the wall. Like I said, I was working when I was in the halfway house at Trader Joe's. And it's like now that I got the warrant now, I can't do what I need to do to be better. So it's like I went back to the same old, BS.
Yeah. Yeah, but you really do have a history of being in possession of firearms. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, and then what weapon did you have for the robbery one in 2010?
Yes, ma'am. No weapon.
So why did you get charged? Did you threaten? Did you say you had a weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
So according to our records, this is your 5th gun conviction or weapon conviction, should I say? Yes. And that's very concerning for us, because we're looking to return those people that we feel are safe to return back into the community. So you said that now that you've taken the New Thoughts program, you have a new way of thinking, and you understand that you can, I guess it kind of taught you to think before you act, right? To not to make rash decisions, right?
Yes, ma'am. I just don't want that to dictate what I did in the past, how I am now moving forward. Like I said,
why did you get a ticket then in 2000 and then in April of this year?
April. I think it was an out of place ticket. I think I was in somebody queue. I was in somebody queue getting something that I wasn't supposed to be in that area.
How many tickets did you get this period of incarceration?
I think like 3. That'll be my 4th one. That'll be my 4th one. 4 altogether. I'm not sure. I was going through a lot.
You went out on community release when?
2024. I think it was October 24.
No.
And I've been in since February 24.
No.
October 2023.
Right, I was about to say, because if you
2023.
So since then, you had your escape was 2024, February 2024. You got another ticket, August 17th, 2024, two
Yes.
tickets, one for threat,
Yes.
one for contraband, another
Yes.
one in April 2025, another one in May, two,
Yes.
3, 4 in May, and then one in last month, in April. So I don't even know how many, my math, yeah. So you got 10 new tickets.
Yes.
And it's hard for us to believe that you really gained much insight from your program participation and from your prior bad decisions when you come into the prison and you continue making those poor decisions despite being given opportunities. Do you know you've been out in the community 12 times and you failed 11?
Exactly. And I understand it looks bad. And I just want to show you and prove to y'all and myself that I can do better and my family. Since I took the program New Thoughts, I kept a job. I kept a job for 8 months because I couldn't get a job with no ticket. I kept a job for 8 months. I signed up for the additional programs. They transferred me over here. I'm on the waiting list.
What job are you doing? What job are you doing right now?
I was a tierman.
You were a tierman, so now you don't have a job?
Yeah, I'm on the list over here too. It's a long list over here too. I've only been over here 4 months.
So let me just tell you this, Mr. Patilla.
Yes.
You've taken the Good Intentions, Bad Choices program before when you were in prison. You've taken thresholds, anger management, voices, tier 4. You've taken programs before, and none of that has helped you.
Because I wasn't.
Just let me finish. I understand,
Yes,
because you were in a different place. But you're telling us that you're different now, and I'm telling you that you rate out high in terms of risk to recidivate. You've come back to the prison, you've received 10 tickets, you've had 11 failures out in the community, and you came back with this one with new charges. It's really difficult for me to say that you're suitable for discretionary parole when you haven't demonstrated anything to show us that you're capable of following the rules. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And you're considered a high risk. They think that at 39 years old, Mr. Patilla, you'll be back.
Yes, ma'am. And that's another thing. I'm getting too old to have the same reactions to my stupidity outside. Like I said, my daughter's getting older. She's about to be 20 this year. I was in a bad place when I was catching on all the tickets. Like I said, I take full responsibility for my tickets. My brother had died. There was just a lot going on at the time. But the program that I took, the difference between the programs I was taking, then I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't really care. I just wanted to go home. There's no excuse for it. But at the same time, I'm tired. Like you said, I'm about to be 39 years old this year. I just want another chance to show and prove that I can be out there and be a productive member of society. At the end of the day, I keep getting the same results. I don't want it. I don't live in the same area, so I know I won't be tempted to do the same type of things.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a guarantee. Yes,
Mr. Patilla, you're going to be 40 this year. You're 39 already.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
born in 1986. But anyway, we hear you. We hear you. I just wish that you had done more this time in the facility. But just give me a minute to let's see if my colleagues have any questions. Ms. Keith.
Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sadowski.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Patilla, we're done with our questions. Give us a few minutes to talk about your case, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, for me, I honestly appreciate all that Mr. Patilla has offered us, and by way of explanation for his behaviors. And I understand, and I don't want him to think that we don't get what he's saying. While we understand and we may have empathy or sympathy for him, I can't condone 4 gun charges, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 threat gun. 10 disciplinary infractions, 11 failures. It's just too much here to overlook to be able to support his discretionary parole. So I don't have him being released early. I have him finishing his sentence based on the constitutional adjustment in his criminal history and his failures for performance on community supervision. Ms. Pierce?
Yeah, I think he sounds good, and I do think, you know, it takes time for it to click. And he was talking about, you know, he took good intentions, bad choices, and it didn't quite click, and it's click now. It does sound like he's ready, and it sounds like he will do well, and it sounds like he got some new thoughts, and I'm really happy for that. So I do hear some start of change, but it just needs to be put into practice longer without any DRs and things before we're really sure that he's ready, in my opinion. So I am in denial tonight, although I do want him to know that I do hear good things, and I do believe he can do it. And I think he can prove it to his family and to others, but just at this time, it's not quite, we're not quite there yet.
Thank you. Mr. Kukowski?
I agree with both of you. I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
So we're ready with our official decision with regard to Trent Petilia, 316028. I move to deny discretionary parole based on his constitutional adjustment, his criminal history, and his poor performance on community supervision. I didn't ask you all for reasons. Is there anything that I've said that?
Did say your reasons before.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, Mr. Petilia, we couldn't support your discretionary parole. You will receive all of this in writing. Listen, I challenge you to prove us wrong. Please go out there and make, you know, do good things. We couldn't support you today because the odds were not in your favor, but that doesn't mean you have to be a failure. So good luck to you, sir.
This concludes the parole hearing for Trent Petilia, 316028.
To the room, and you welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Peter.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, June 26, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Robert Sazowskis.
Eileen Keys.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Deshae Peter Bart, 348352.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Deshae Peter Bart, 348352. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after serving 6 years, followed by 4 years probation for possession with intent to sell possession with intent less than half ounce cocaine, criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or defense weapon, and illegal possession of a large cap magazine. As of today, registered reflective parole eligibility date of July 12th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed New Thoughts, Voices, Tier 2, Alternatives to Violence, Basic and Advanced, People Empowering People, and he's enrolled in college. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Peter, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe again.
All right, I wrote a little something. First of all, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to meet with you. I don't take this lightly. I sincerely regret the actions that led to my arrest. I accept full responsibility for my previous choices, and I apologize for the negative impact I caused in the community. During my incarceration, I have focused on my personal growth by critical self-reflection and participating in positive programming. Through this, I have gained a renewed perspective on life, a better understanding of the gravity of my decisions, and how to make better choices moving forward. I have read a mixture of self-help and financial literacy books to expand my mindset, learn new things, and set goals for myself when I'm back in the community. I've also been employed as a dorm janitor for over 2 years, completed all requirements of my OAP, been attending college classes, and remained ticket-free. My main objective while incarcerated have been to self-reflect and work towards being a better man, not only for myself, but for my family and my son. My son is behind my greatest motivation to change. Missing important milestones in his life has been painful, and has reinforced my commitment to becoming a responsible father and a positive role model. Rebuilding my relationship with him is one of my highest priorities. I understand when reintegrating back into society, I will be faced with many challenges. However, this is a task that I'm ready to tackle and overcome. My reentry plan is to use my Class A CDL license and endorsements I earned while in the CDL program here to secure employment as a truck driver. I will save money to obtain my own apartment, rebuild my relationship with my son, spend time with family, and engage in community service by volunteering. I ask for your consideration in granting me parole as an opportunity to show the changes within myself over this time. Through self-reflection, reading, and positive program engagement, I have grown. I am now committed to living a productive, law-abiding life and making positive contributions to society. I am fortunate to have a strong support system of family and friends that have stood by me and are willing to continue to do so to ensure my accountability and assist me on this new journey of change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Barr, for that statement and for preparing for your hearing today. We have reviewed your file extensively. We are, in doing so, we have some further questions for you. Each of us will take turns asking the questions, and when we're done, we will deliberate and give you our decision, okay? Do you have any questions?
No.
Ms. Keys will start with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your opening statement. I just have a few questions. As Officer Logan mentioned, you have struggled, or somebody mentioned, you had struggled with community release prior. Why do you think you used to struggle with being on community supervision?
I feel like I had a lot of options because of not really knowing, not really having the knowledge to know what to do when I go out there. I prepared a thorough plan this time, and I have my CDL license to lean back on. Learned through the CDL program here, the teacher, he gave us a lot of resources and people to reach out to and be able to get a job. So I feel like that's one of the major hurdles that I face is trying to make some money.
I was going to ask, you answered my next question, was what would be different this time, but I think the CDL, so prior to you starting your sentence, you had been arrested, and then before you started your sentence, that's when you got your CDL license in the community and started working as a truck driver?
Yes, after I caught the case, I enrolled in CDL school and I got my CDL license and started driving.
So smart. I think that's great. And then I know you have, I believe it's 42 credits from a university. Was that while you were incarcerated, or that was prior?
That was a mixture of both.
Do you plan to pursue that as well? Or I know truck driving could be a great career without college, so it's curious.
Yeah, I figure I'll try to figure that out later on down the line, but I feel like I just need to get out there and start working first.
Yep. Get yourself, stable, the apartment, rebuild the relationships like you mentioned. What are your plans for remaining sober?
I want to go to AA group, but I'm aware that upon release, I'm gonna have to go to like substance abuse treatment programs and like, so I feel like that'll help me, but I should definitely look into a AA or an NA, like a consistent meeting to go to. But I also wanna get a therapist. I think therapy will do me a great justice, like going home and having somebody to talk to with impartial judgment.
Great. Firm advocate for counseling, so I think that's excellent. And you want to sponsor to your mom. She did confirm and return to truck driving. I don't think I have any other questions, actually. Anything else, Ms. Howard?
Thank you, Ms. Keys. That's okay. Mr. Sadowski, it's been a long day.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask one question. So, Mr. Peterbark, how do you think you've changed the most since you've been incarcerated?
What do you say? Changed what?
The most?
I feel like I changed the most by just wanting to be home for my son. Like, I'm a kid that grew up without a dad, and I know how taxing that could be. And I've seen how my son, he's starting to like not even recognize me for who I am. He knows my face, but if I try to touch him or something, he'll run away from me. And I really don't like that. I really want to be there for him. So I feel like me just wanting to be there for my son is one of my greatest motivations, to just try to ride the right path.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sadowski. Give us a few minutes, Mr. Peterbark. We'll give you, we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision shortly. Ms. Keys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Peterbark, as has been mentioned, he completed great programs, did not earn any DRs. He does have a sponsor in the community. We did receive letters of support. And I think with the CDL, and he mentioned the facilitator of CDL program in the facility offering, resources and stuff for potential employers. I think he has a really good plan, and I think he has great supports in the community. He does have a troubling past, but I think I do think getting the CDL, and he seemed to have demonstrated a little bit before he even started his sentence by getting the CDL and being sober prior to starting the sentence. So I am in favor today, and I had no contact co-defendant Winston Fitzbertson. If I said wrong, and that's the only stipulation I have beyond standard.
Thanks, Mr. Sadowski.
Yeah, so Mr. Peterbark sounded really good today. One thing I wanted to point out is that he does have troubling past, right? And there are some concerning criminal violations, criminal history, but different than other cases we may have heard that were similar to this today. He's got no disciplinary reports. He's taken all of the programs. He's done everything. And he has a really good plan, going out. So I'm going to support his discretionary parole today.
So while I can appreciate all the efforts that he's made thus far towards his rehabilitation, his path is too much for me to support discretionary parole. And this is his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weapons convictions. He was on probation for gun and drugs when he committed this offense, and he's failed 8 times out in the community. So while I don't want to take away from all the effort that he's put forth to turn his life around, I'm hoping that this time will be the time that he'll go out and complete it successfully. So I understand your position. So the only condition, even though I had it denied, the only condition that I have was the co-defendant. Do you have anything else, Mr. Sadowski?
No, just a co-defendant. Thank you.
Well, with regard to the Shea Peterbark 348352, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after your earliest eligibility date, which has passed. So that would be 6/26/26, with no contact with your co-defendant, Kinston, Cuthbertson, and the standard parole conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. So the record will reflect that this is the majority decision with the panel member Barry voting on the dissent. So Mr. Peterbark, you've done well. I hope that you prove me wrong. I challenge you to prove me wrong. Go out there and do something good with your life, okay? Good luck,
Yes.
Peter.
Thank you.
This concludes the appeal hearing for the Shade Peterborough, for 8352.
We'll have to find a,
We don't, it's after, it's 8. It's okay. It's after, it's past, it's 8 past.
well. Okay.
Thank you. Bond, you're also.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Skirba.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, 26, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Robert Sazauskas.
Lien Keys.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Please state your name and name number for the record.
Stefan Skirba, 417251.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Stefan Skirba, 417251. He is serving a sentence of 18 years flat for evade responsibility resulting in death and negligent homicide with a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 19, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices, tier 2. He is enrolled in college and he has a carpentry certification. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Skirba, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I would like to offer my sincere apologies to Mr. Crane's family and friends. I know I will never fully comprehend the pain and suffering I have caused you, and for this I am eternally sorrowful. There are no excuses, and I take full and complete responsibility for my actions. I admit and understand that due to my actions and decisions, Mr. Crane is no longer here today.
Mr. Skirba,
Yep.
I appreciate your giving this victim a name, but please don't reference his name on the record because this is live streaming and we don't.
No problem.
We want to protect our privacy, the family's privacy. Go ahead.
I apologize. Yeah.
No problem.
Truly taking responsibility is more than just acknowledging the wrongs committed. One must then take the time and effort to understand why they occurred and follow up by taking the steps to ensure they never happen again. I struck the victim with a truck, killing him. Since that day, I have been in constant self-reflection to understand why this occurred and have taken every step possible to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. I cover all of this in detail in my letter to the parole board and my relapse prevention plan. I would like to thank the Department of Corrections for providing me with the programming and the resources needed to make this introspection and growth possible. Without these resources and the time to work on myself, I would have never grown into the person I am today. I would also like to thank my family and friends. They have stood by me throughout my incarceration, providing me support and strength. Upon release, I know I will have an incredible support system in them due to the strong relationships we have forged over the past decade. To address the concerns expressed in my first parole hearing, I have provided a relapse prevention plan. And to further ensure my success if granted parole, I have proactively reached out to a drug and alcohol counselor who has agreed to take me on as a client
and I will be voluntarily living at the Ellis Sober House, where I will have the structure and help needed to successfully reintegrate into society. Once again, I would like to extend my deepest sympathies. I cannot change the past, but I can promise that I will do everything in my power to make a positive difference in the lives of those suffering from mental health issues and addiction. If you have any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Mrs. Segura, for that statement. I was on your first hearing, and I know that there was input from the victims, deceased victim's family, and they were in opposition to your early release.
Yeah.
So we denied you at that time. We asked you to come up with a few things, and it sounds like you've been able to do that. So we appreciate all the efforts that you've taken. You could have been discouraged and gone back there and just said, with a case of the ethics. I hear people say that all the time, and just did what you did. But you mentioned your family support, and they've written, I couldn't even count how many letters of support for you. They want you back home. So you do have that. And I know that we do have questions because you'll be with us till 2033. So we've prepared some questions after reviewing your file. And when we're done with the questions, the drill will deliberate and give you all the decisions. All right, best of luck to you. Mr. Suzalsik will start with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Skirba, what have you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
I have learned that I am the type of person that has to keep busy and continually challenge myself. I have found that a lot of my prior drug use and problems stemmed from not pushing myself to do better in life. I should have went on to college after high school, and I never did that. I became depressed and started to self-medicate, and it turned into a negative downhill spiral. Yeah, I've learned that I definitely have a serious addiction that I need to stay on top of. I can never stop working on that. Yeah.
Okay. Now, regarding this accident, I read through all the reports and everything. Were you intentionally trying to strike the victim with the car, with the truck?
I was intentionally trying to help Miss Trijada, Christie. I was in a complete state of, I was in fear, I was confused. I definitely, I guess I hit him, yes.
When that happened, why didn't you just wait for the police to arrive? Certainly you must have known they were going to figure this out, right?
Yes, the reason that I left was because at that time I had a violation of parole, and I knew that as soon as they got there, I was going to prison. And that scared me. I was an addict. I did not want to go to prison. I was just worried about getting more drugs.
Had you been drinking alcohol prior to the accident?
Yes.
And then after the accident, it sounds like you went to a bar and were drinking.
I did.
Did you call the police to report what had happened? I mean, you knew these people were seriously injured, right?
Yes, I did. And I had no cell phone on me at the time. There was a witness standing by that seen what occurred. And I walked over. I told them, I said, I don't have a cell phone, but call for help. And I made sure that they were on the phone with help. And then I did. I left the scene. I walked away.
And you left the truck there?
Yes.
How do you think your actions have affected the victim's family? You heard from the victim's statement at the last hearing.
Yes.
What's your understanding of what they've had to experience all these years?
I cannot imagine what they've been through. I took a loved one from them. I can't imagine what that must feel like, just to out of the blue have someone taken from you. I'm very, very sorry for that.
All right, let's talk about what you learned in the Tier 2 program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so throughout the Tier 2 drug program, I have kind of looked at myself. I've done a deep analysis of what caused me to use drugs, which I really found was I was running from my emotions. I was trying to not feel things. I've identified triggers and people, places, and things that I must avoid if I want to remain sober. I've developed a strong network of support through friends and family who I can now go to and talk with them about things instead of trying to run away from my emotions and my problems. I have to work through them.
You mentioned triggers, and I heard people, places, and things in there.
Yeah.
Talk specifically about what things in the past could have triggered you to like relapse or to use drugs.
Oh, just being around it in general. Yeah, being around anybody using a stressful situation. I mean, I would use any excuse to use drugs. So if I was stressed out at work, that was an excuse. If something bad happened to me, that was an excuse. I mean, I would make every excuse there is to use drugs. If it was a good day, that was an excuse to use drugs. Like,
okay. So when you get stressed out, when you get out and you get a job and you get stressed out at work, what are you going to do now?
I'm going to find something constructive to do. I have all sorts of positive hobbies. I have friends and family to support me. So if I'm having a bad day, I'll give them a call up. Hey, look, I'm having a rough day. You mind going for a hike with me and we'll talk this out? Do something constructive.
Okay. Plan to continue treatment in the community? Are you going to go to meetings? You thought about that?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, I already have 3 that I found. There's 2 local meetings, and then there's a meeting in New Haven called From Jail to Yale, which is outside the Yale campus in New Haven I'd like to attend. And
Okay,
I'm
good.
also, yeah.
Go ahead. You said you're also what? I want to hear.
I was gonna let you know that I'm gonna be attending a sober house if allowed to, and they're gonna have structure, meetings at the sober house. There's gonna be random drug testing.
Yeah, I believe there was a letter submitted from the sober house that said that they had a place for you. Okay. It did say in one of the release plans I read that you wanted to live with your mother. So you're going to put that on hold temporarily to go to the sober house first?
I would like to, yes. I've heard that it's not really, ultimately, I guess it's not my decision. It would be up to a parole officer that would decide if I'm even allowed to go to this sober house. So
yeah, they're going to have to check it out and everything to make sure it's all. But it sounds like you've done the groundwork though, and I did see a letter from them. So
yeah.
Ultimately, well, go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so I read some information in here that you've gone on to help others while you're in prison with their GED.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I have found that probably one of the most rewarding things that I have found in sobriety and in my new life is that I really enjoy helping people and teaching others. I go out of my way. I'm constantly helping people, especially with math and sciences. And it's just a super rewarding feeling teaching somebody and helping them to understand something when they finally get it.
Have you seen any of those people go on to get their GEDs?
Oh, yes. A couple of them have gone on to do college courses and received A's in college courses. It's really rewarding long-term feeling.
Okay. How did you get involved in that in the first place and doing that kind of thing?
People used to see me very often sitting out at the tables studying. So people seen that I was interested in math and science, and people started just naturally coming up to me to ask me questions, and they found that I was a good resource and I explained things well, and it kind of grew from there.
Okay. You had no disciplinary reports, and it's a lengthy sentence here. How have you managed to get by You must have had some difficult situations during your incarceration, right?
Oh, I have, yes. Yes, yeah, sorry?
Go ahead. How did you manage to deal with those without getting a disciplinary report?
I'm a very mellow person. I will talk to people. I'll explain that none of this is worth it. I look personally to the future. I know there's long-term consequences for what I do today now. In the past, I didn't know that. Now I know that what I do today will affect what happens tomorrow. And I just look to the future. I have goals and things that I want to do in the future. And if I mess up today, all those goals and things go out the window. And I'm not willing to give that up.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I think that is probably one of the biggest changes right there, is that I'm no longer just living in the moment. I look to the future. I used to be very impulsive and just live in the moment, do whatever felt right at the time. And I'm no longer that way. I definitely look forward, and yeah, I have long-term goals, and that's probably one of the biggest changes. And that a lot of that comes with the sobriety, because when you're an addict, you're impulsive, you live in the moment.
Now, let me ask you, like I said, I don't want to say the victim's name, sir, but there is a second victim in here. The woman, her initials are KT.
Yeah.
You still maintain a relationship with this person?
Unfortunately, it's very sad, but she passed away about a year ago from a drug overdose. So I no longer speak with her.
I'm sorry to hear that. I had no idea.
Okay.
That was in my documents or not. I didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Yeah, I didn't read about that. I wouldn't have brought it up if I had.
It's okay. No.
Yeah, that's too bad, because I think you were on that same road. You know?
Oh, I was. Yeah, I very much was.
And this is, there's only a couple different consequences of living a life like that. It's where you are or where she is. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate, but that's what.
Yeah.
These are the outcomes of living like that. So, all righty, sir. I appreciate you answering my questions. I'll listen to what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Ms. Keith?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
So, Mr. Escarba, I commend you on your efforts towards rehabilitation, and I really do hope that you have learned your lessons. Life won't be easy now that you have this conviction hanging over your head. And I know you're going to a different town, but people are still going to know who you are and what you've done. So you're going to be faced with scrutiny, and you're going to want to fall back into your old habits and those things that soothe your nerves and comforted you in the past. And I really do hope that you utilize the plan that you've drawn up for yourself to avoid going back down that path. You're still so young, and you have so much of your life left to live. And I hope that you can honor the people who you've injured, from your actions by going out there and advocating for people who struggle with substance abuse and can't seem to kick the habit, And who else? But I mean, they're not going to listen to me because I don't struggle that way. I haven't been incarcerated and I haven't killed anyone because of it. But when you have that lived experience, sometimes you can get another person's ear. Just like you said, everybody was watching you while you were sitting there and studying your science and your math, and they came up to you. That might be the same thing. That might be the same for a person who's struggling with stuff. They may need to hear your story. So
I would love to.
Yeah, try to do like people against drunk driving, or that stuff it's helpful. Honestly, it impacts people who are involved and those who aren't, like such as myself. I've attended those things, and it's so emotional, and it's so good to hear survival stories and people, you know, overcoming addiction. So, and people do forgive. So that's another thing. So anyway, I'm done lecturing. I'm happy that you were able to do what we asked you to and give us a few minutes to talk about your case.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sadowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Scriba is here for this evading and negligent homicide in a motor vehicle. He had an 18-year sentence with no supervision to follow. This is a rehear. He needs to ask to continue to work on himself and put together a relapse prevention plan. Prepare himself better for release to the community. And I think he has done those things. He's rated at a low risk to recidivate. Programs, college courses, and has gone on to help other people get their GEDs, and some of them have gone on to take college courses themselves. Not probation at the time that this happened. Probation was terminated at that time. There's lots of support in the community. There's several letters submitted, no disciplinary reports while incarcerated, even though it's been a lengthy period of time. There's a letter of acceptance from the sober house that was recently submitted. He described programs and meetings that he wants to go to. He's looked up where they're at and knows the name for them and the locations. Appears to be serious about his sobriety in the community. Based on everything I heard from him today, he expressed some change. I find him suitable for release today.
Thank you, Mr. Sadowski. Ms. Hughes?
I do as well.
I have been voted for as well. I was just checking the internet to see if I could find any information on Mr. Data, and I did not see anything, and I didn't need to say anything. But for conditions, Mr. Sadowski, what do we have?
So I have no alcohol. Talked about drinking before and after this accident. No operation of motor vehicle, obviously, without the process permission. You know, I just wanted to discuss with the both of you about the halfway house situation. You know, originally I wanted to go to his mother's house. I don't know if there's a situation with there or not. Let's go to a sober house. When I've seen people transition from incarceration to sober house, they usually go a halfway house first. It's got to get worked out.
I mean, we can just put it if needed.
Yeah, I don't want to have to come back to a case review if there's some situation. Anyway.
I have it as needed in the victims.
Okay.
Anything else? That's it. All right, so with regard to Stefan Starla 417251, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, June 26, 2026, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. You'll have no contact with your deceased victim family. I have CA as the victim, and there's a few other names. BL is one of the representatives, and LC is where I have both his family. And then the other victim is KT. No driving without your parole officer's permission, no consumption of an alcoholic beverage, and a halfway house condition if you need that. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mrs. Kerber, congratulations, sir. You've been voted to parole. Your family will be happy to see you. Please just make sure that you stay in connection with your parole officer because, yes, they do have arresting powers, but they are also there as a resource and to hold you accountable and give you help. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes parole hearing, Server 417251. It also concludes the Brooklyn correctional hearing. It is 2:26 p.m.